Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and today we have a very interesting, exciting show for you, a good show, inshallah. And we're talking about the generational crash out. Just an absolute mess caused by one man named Jake Brancatella. And as you know, I have been being attacked by Jake for the past 2 years now, almost 2 years. And he has called me a shirk apologist, someone who is upon kufr, someone who justifies shirk. And just recently, now he's actually finally manned up and put his money where his mouth is and takfired me, said that Daniel is a mushrik. He is a mushrik. He is actually not a Muslim at all. He is a mushrik, kafir, murtad. And this is the latest development in the ongoing war that Wahhabis have against me. And so this is what we're going to discuss today. The context of all this is that Jake made the genius move, okay, after he was leading the charge to get the group, a group of 30 global Dawah personalities to sign a letter condemning me, the first kind of such letter coming from Wahhabis in the English language I know of, against me, condemning me for promoting shirk. After that stunt that fell flat on its face, Jake decided to make the genius move of ranking the top Muslim apologists. The top Muslim apologists, presumably of all time, because he's not only talking about Muslim apologists today, he's actually ranking Muslim apologists like Ahmed Deedat or Zakir Naik. And this is what he has put out. Spent an hour just discussing like who he thinks is the better Muslim apologist, giving them tiers. And this has caused a massive blowback against Jake. This has caused massive blowback because he's attacking beloved figures and very important Muslim figures. Like he's attacking Ahmed Deedat. He's attacking Zakir Naik and belittling them, ranking them low and ranking himself and other friends of his above them. This is what is so outrageous about this. And he's received a ton of blowback. And typical of Jake, he just doubles down and he gets more aggressive. He gets more aggressive and he starts insulting these figures. He starts saying that their arguments suck. And it's just unbelievable. It's an unbelievable meltdown that no one could have expected, because from my perspective, like, how stupid can you be? How stupid can you be? Like, we know, like, I know personally that this is Jake's private beliefs. Like, this is how Jake feels about everyone. He thinks that he's the greatest, and he pretty much says that. He says that in the tier list, as we'll see, privately. But then to like, don't you care about your self-preservation? You don't care about sincerity. You don't care about being humble. You don't care about like actually having a level of self-awareness. Like, you don't care about those things, clearly. But at least for your own public persona, don't you think it would be smarter not to put out this tier list and promote yourself and your friends as being the top Muslim apologists of all time when it comes to debating Christians or talking about Christianity? Did that thought not occur to Jake? And what about his friends? What about his Wahhabi friends who have been coordinating with him for at least the past year and a half against me? Where were they to intervene and step in and say, hey, Jake, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think this is a good idea for about 10 different reasons. Where were they? Like, where was Fareed in all this? Where was Adnan? Maybe they didn't feel the need to intervene because Jake thinks they're, ranking them as the best Christian apologists or debaters against Christians of all time. Like maybe that's why they didn't intervene. I don't know, but this is a shocking development in this war on Wahhabism and Wahhabism's war on me, because people are now waking up. Like so many people are waking up. And now it's too far for some of these people. Like some of these people who are Wahhabis themselves, they're fine with Jake calling me a mushrik, calling me a shirk apologist, him and Fareed and Adnan and all of these global Dawah personalities putting on a campaign for 2 years to attack me. They're fine with that. They're fine. There's no problem with that. That's not causing fitna. That's not causing like ammo. You're not giving ammo to the Christians when Fareed and Jake start attacking me because when I go and debate David Wood, for example, or these other Christians, that's not ammo to the kuffar. But oh, now Jake is attacking other Wahhabis, other people on this side, our side. Oh, now it's too far. Now this is fitna. Now this is sectarianism. Now know your place. Now where have you studied? Now where... How dare you make takfir? How dare you talk about Aqida? Now they have a problem with these antics. It's interesting, right? And we're going to talk about that. And then other people who are not Wahhabi, but they are watching as onlookers, and they're not really sure like who's right and who's wrong. Well, it seems like I like Daniel, but these other guys, they seem like they're really solid. When it comes to Aqida, they're really smart and solid and on the Quran and Sunnah. They keep talking about being upon the Quran and Sunnah against shirk. And I can't really determine like who's right and who's wrong in this situation. And yeah, Daniel is talking about Wahhabism, but maybe he's exaggerating. Maybe Daniel is actually making things seem worse than they actually are. And all I've heard is good things about Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So Daniel, like, I'm not sure where things stand. Now Jake has really exposed the game. Jake has really shown everyone what Wahhabism actually is about. Wahhabism is about mass takfir. Wahhabism is about ranking Muslims and anyone who doesn't accept your Aqida, like your principles or your statements about what is Tawheed, what is Shirk, according to the teachings of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and Kitab al-Tawheed. You are at best, you're an apologist for shirk. At best. But most likely, you're a mushrik yourself. Even if you're ignorant, you are still a mushrik. And Jake has demonstrated this, like live. He's gone and interrogated or tried to interrogate other Muslim du'at, basically investigating if they're actually Muslim or not. Like active du'at, like an active da'i. Hamza of Hamza's Den, and we're going to look at that clip and we're going to analyze it. Like, this has exposed like what Wahhabism is. And as much as Wahhabis are trying now to distance themselves from Jake, we can't let them do that. We have to show Jake as being the consistent Wahhabi. Jake is the consistent Wahhabi, because it's not enough to just Aqida check Daniel and to point out that Daniel has kufri and shirki beliefs. That's not enough. If you're a consistent Wahhabi, you have to apply this to everyone. You have to apply this to literally every Muslim. And you don't assume that they're Muslims. You don't assume that. And this is what Ibn Abdul Wahhab teaches. You don't assume that they're Muslims. They're only professing Islam. Only after you investigate can you say if this person is a Muslim or not. This is Ibn Abdul Wahhab's teachings, and I'm gonna show you the quotations. We're gonna read them. I've already presented them many times, but I'm going to present them again because maybe now, in a fresh light, you'll be able to better understand like what I've been trying to argue for the past year and a half. That this is the teaching of Wahhabi, and Jake is actually consistently applying the teachings of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. He's actually consistent in his takfir ideology with Ibn Abdul Wahhab. It's these other Wahhabis, like Fareed, for example. Even though now he's tiptoeing closer and closer and closer, they're just doing taqiyya. They for the sake of optics, they for the sake of not alienating the entire ummah, they are inconsistent. They don't actually apply the Wahhabi standards. and Aqida check everyone, because they know that once they do that, the game is up. Muslims will realize that, oh, actually, you guys are just Khawarij. Like, oh, you guys are just the deviant cult that the Prophet ﷺ warned us about. You are the Khawarij. Oh, now I get it. That's why they can't be consistent. That's why someone like Fareed or Adnan or any of these other Wahhabis, they have to do taqiyya. They can't apply the same Aqida standards that they apply to me to all these other Muslims, to the entire Ummah. Because once they do that, then everyone will recognize that they are the Khawarij. They consider everyone to be a shirk apologist. They consider everyone to be a mushrik, kafir. They just can't say that out loud. And now Jake has exposed that. Jake has so brilliantly exposed that. And I want to take time, this moment at the beginning of the stream to personally thank Jake. Thank you, Jake. MashaAllah. Thank you for being consistent. Keep it up. Okay, don't back down. Don't let these watered down Wahhabis, okay? Don't let these watered down, they're not brave and honest like you are, Jake. You are brave and you are honest. You need to continue on this warpath because you're the only one who really understands Tawheed. As you say yourself, and we're going to play the clip. As you say yourself, you have the correct Aqida better than anyone else doing Dawah today. Okay, better than anyone else who is active and debating Christians. You have the correct Aqida. No one else, right? Okay, so keep going, bro. Keep going. Thank you for your honesty. Aqida check all these other Muslim figures in depth. It's not enough, okay? You've just made some claims. Now you need to really clarify, okay? That is what the manhaj of the Salaf, quote unquote, calls you to do, is to clarify and show the people why, people like Mohammed Hijab and Uthman ibn Farooq and Muslim Lantern and Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik, why they don't have the correct Aqida like you do. Okay, please, it's your responsibility now. It's your duty to clarify this and elaborate. So this is the topic of today's show. I'm going to show you a lot of material. We're going to play clips from the tier list, okay, from the historical tier list, never before done. No one else has been so stupid to do something like this. But we're gonna look at Jake's tier list. We're not gonna go through the whole thing because it's over an hour, but we're gonna look at the highlights or the lowlights, depending on your perspective, and we're gonna analyze that. Then we're gonna look at the doubling down that Jake did. He's going on the live stream of other Duat and saying to their face that he thinks that they might be kuffar, that they might be kafir. And we're gonna look at the blowback, because a lot of these Muslim apologists, they're not happy. They're not happy about what Jake is doing. And I'm going to give you more of an analysis, and we're going to look at some quotes from Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So that's the outline of the show. I think it's going to be a good show, inshallah, and very informative for you. Before I get into it, just reminding you to hit the like button, hit the notification bell, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and leave me your comments and super chats. I see some super chats coming in already. I'm going to read those. I'm going to answer your questions and react to it midway through the show and then at the end of the show as well. And I'm going to be looking at your chat. So be active in the chat. And again, your super chats really help with the production of the show. Also, a reminder, go watch the interview that I released yesterday where I'm talking to Sheikh Yasser Hanafi. Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, who is based out of the UK. And we had a 2-hour discussion. And it was all about shirk. Defining what is shirk according to the Quran. And Sheikh Yasser gives a lot of citations from the Quran, ayat. We discuss these, and he presents his argument. And then we look at the Wahhabi letter, condemnation letter against me, and Sheikh Yasser gives his evaluation. Is it true that I'm promoting shirk? And spoiler alert, he says no. But you can go watch that and see his reasoning. And that was a very good discussion. Also, go back from a week ago where I released a discussion with Sheikh Harun Kanj. Also, very important discussion on tasarruf, another prong of the accusations from the Wahhabis against me that I promote this shirk doctrine of tasarruf. Go ahead and watch that, inshallah. And he also provides so much beneficial information. And just to give you a heads up, planning this week, inshallah, this Friday afternoon, inshallah, I'm going to be having an open debate challenge, open call to Wahhabis to come on the stream live and debate me. And debate me on Tasarruf fil Kawn. Okay, this doctrine that Fareed has said is the worst kind of shirk imaginable. Okay, come and debate me on it. So obviously Fareed won't debate. Even when I give him a debate format where I only speak 10 minutes and he speaks for 2 hours, he's too much of a coward to accept that kind of debate. Jake won't debate me. Jake needs literally 10 years to be able to debate me. He needs 10 years of study of Aqida to be able to debate me. So he's out of the question. Adnan, obviously, he can barely, like, I don't know, put on his shoes at this point. I don't know what's going on with him. Having a total mental breakdown. And the other Wahhabi leaders and Duat, nothing to be heard from them. They can sign letters, you know, sign letters. Their hands work great. Like their hands, there's no problem with their hands being able to sign letters. But I guess their tongues don't work. They can't, like, talk, they can't debate. Strange, you know, strange. So I don't expect any letter signers to join that debate challenge. So it comes down to you. It comes down to you, you know, the Wahhabi in your mom's basement who has just, you know, picked up Kitab al-Tawheed because some random guy in the, you know, back corners of the masjid gave it to you. Like, it's up to you now to defend Wahhabism. You know, the burden is on your shoulders because your leaders have failed. Your leaders are too much of too cowardly to debate me. So now it's on you, okay? Don't mean to pressure you. Don't mean to pressure you, but you have a chance now. Just log in, you know, get your webcam ready from your mom's basement, get that internet fired up, the internet connection fired up so that we can go toe to toe and you can explain to me why I'm a mushrik, since, you know, you've been typing it up, you know, spending hours online typing, Daniel's a mushrik, really burning your fingers, accusing me and others of being mushriks. Now you can actually show me up with your amazing knowledge. You're gonna show me, you know, what shirk is and teach me. Please, now's your opportunity. You're gonna show me, you know, why Wahhabism is not this Khariji Takfir doctrine. Yes, it's now up to you. It's now up to you. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to save Wahhabism from its precipitous decline into irrelevance and infamy. Fortunately, this is when you hitch your wagon to the horse, or the donkey, I should say, of these Wahhabis, these Wahhabi YouTubers. This is what happens. This is the result that you get. You have to strap in. You have to get yourself loaded and strap in. You're going to be on the front lines. You're going to be on front lines. Your leaders have left you out to dry. How do you feel about that? Meanwhile, they're making tier lists and slamming your favorite Duat. They're slamming your favorite Duat and debaters and saying that, yeah, they're actually Ikhwani. They don't have the right Aqida. Like, this is what your boy is doing. So this is, alhamdulillah, I mean, this is good news in the sense that Wahhabism is imploding. It's bad news because this retard, Jake, is giving all this ammo to Christians. In his arrogance, in his self-loving narcissism, Jake is just going after all these du'at and giving all kinds of ammo to the Christians, for the Christians to say, see, you know, we knew this whole time, and we were saying from the beginning that someone like Ahmed Deedat is trash, Zakir Naik is trash, his arguments suck. People like Uthman ibn Farooq or Mohammed Hijab or Muslim Lantern or whoever, we were saying from the beginning that these guys are trash. And now a Muslim debater who has this following is also confirming what we suspected all along. He's the only honest Muslim, is Jake. Because he tells it like it is. And Jake is fine to play this role. Jake is fine. And this is not something new. He's done it over and over and over again, has been slamming Muslim debaters and saying that they've lost and that they have they got cooked. Okay, fine. If it's one person, like one debate, and you just say it like in a qualified way, okay. But Jake has made this like a running theme. He has made it a running theme to lower and belittle other debaters, other Muslim debaters, and to elevate himself. He's doing this at the expense of the Muslims. Like, he is feeding ammo to the enemies of Islam, the most rabid enemies of Islam, just to serve his own ego. This is completely unacceptable, and it's outrageous. And I said this when he went after Mohammed Hijab, and he called Mohammed Hijab a coward, and Mohammed Hijab is scared. Like, it's so outrageous. It's so outrageous. And even if you're someone who is not a fan of Mohammed Hijab, you should be very disturbed that Jake is willing to throw a Muslim figure under the bus in front of Christians to elevate himself. That is in itself a deviant thing to do. That is a deviant thing to do. This is going completely opposite of al-wala wal-bara. Okay, having that kind of loyalty to the Muslims and disloyalty and disassociation from the kuffar. Jake is going opposite of that, and he's providing all of this ammo to Christians, and he doesn't really care. And this, you might say that this is Jake. Like, Jake is a narcissist. Jake has some kind of mental issue. And what I hope to show you by the end of this stream is that this is not, like, if Jake is a zindiq narcissist who is attacking Muslims for the benefit of Christians, if that is what you claim, then you have to give the same accusation to Ibn Abdul Wahhab. You have to accuse Ibn Abdul Wahhab of the same thing, because Ibn Abdul Wahhab did the same thing. Ibn Abdul Wahhab did the same thing, and his followers did the same thing, and his followers literally were allying with the kuffar against the Muslims. When they allied with the British, for example, in the 20th century, against the Ottomans. And their major scholars, like Ibn Zahman, wrote a fatwa saying that, yes, we have to side with the British because they're closer to Islam. They're people of the book, as opposed to the Murtad Ottomans. They're Murtadeen, they're apostates, and they're worse than the mushriks. That kind of attitude is perfectly represented by someone like Jake. Jake cozying up to the Christians and saying that the Christians are baking and cooking the Muslim debaters. This is Wahhabism. This is what I've been telling you. So now hopefully you are starting to see it. You're starting to recognize it. And we're going to look at some clips. We're going to watch this. And we're going to analyze what Jake had to say in his tier list. And as I said, like, this is just a insane disaster. And I'm wondering, like, for people who recognize that this is a disaster, because they wrote, these people, like these Wahhabis, they got together with their global Dawah personalities, and they wrote a letter saying that I'm threatening the Dawah. Like, I am a threat to the Dawah. That's why I have to be disassociated from and condemned. And I'm such a danger, okay, to the Dawah. Why? Because I criticize Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and I say, yeah, we shouldn't be takfiri khawarij. That makes me a big danger. That's what makes me a shirk apologist. Daniel calls for pan-Islamic unity. That's what makes Daniel a shirk apologist who has to be condemned. That's what it was about, right? Well, if you're so concerned about the Dawah, when are you going to write a joint letter against Jake? When are you going to write a joint letter against Jake? Because, let's be honest, this has been a trajectory. And if trajectory continues, and we pray to Allah that it doesn't, things are going to get much worse. Like, he is going to continue to spiral. So where is the intervention? Where is the people who are so concerned about policing the Dawah and making sure a deviant shirk apologist like Daniel is condemned? Where are they now? Seems like they've been awfully quiet. They've been awfully quiet. So let's go to this tier list, and we'll start off, I think, with what he says about Zakir Naik, because that's what I put in the thumbnail, and it's just completely outrageous. So I have the timestamps, so that's why I'm pulling up. Okay.
Longevity, and, you know, like I said, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with him or not, he has had a level of influence on other du'ats that I think has, even if it's just their initial thing, they start watching and they see, oh, Zakir Naik videos from the old time, or, you know, his lectures or a couple debates that he had. And they're like, oh, yeah. That, you know, is a lot of people, their introduction into Dawah might be through Zakir Naik or Ahmed Deedat, and then they try to level up later on. So, hey, from that standpoint and his influence, I think you got to give him credit. But in terms of his arguments and some of the things he's even said from an Islamic paradigm that I disagree with, I can't put him on the A list. People might think, oh, he's the GOAT, he's got to be on the S, A, or even B list. Listen, I'm going to say Zakir Naik is actually on the C list, to be straight up with you. This is my honest opinion. I don't think he has very great arguments when it comes to defending Islam or attacking Christianity, refuting Christianity. But his popularity and influence, and the fact that he's mild-mannered, I think he's carried himself fairly decently as an ambassador of Islam. So I can't disrespect him too much. I put him on the C list. That's my opinion. And some people might be shocked with that. But let me go on to the next person. Let me go.
All right, so that's Zakir Naik. He's a C list, okay? And then you'll see, like, by the end of the tier list, everyone that he ranks above Zakir Naik, and it becomes even more apparent how delusional Jake is. But he says that Zakir Naik's arguments aren't very good. His arguments aren't very good. So anyone who is promoting Zakir Naik or has watched Zakir Naik's debates, or the thousands, tens of thousands who have converted to Islam because they have watched Zakir Naik and they've become Muslim, and watching him dismantle Christians or even Hindus, they're going to say, well, Jake is saying that his arguments aren't very good. His arguments actually aren't that good at all. And later, Jake says that his arguments actually suck. This is literally what he's saying about Zakir Naik. So what do you think that does to those Muslims? Like, what do you think? Don't you think that will create, like, shubuhat? Like, doubts and concern? Like, whoa, I thought Zakir Naik, given his prestige, like, he's bringing good arguments. He is destroying these Christians. He's destroying the Hindus that he's debating, the atheists. Like, he's bringing this level of argumentation. And Jake is saying that he sucks. His arguments suck. So this is like, you're just providing ammo to the kuffar. You're providing shubuhat to the Muslims. And your critique, by the way, is so superficial. Like, let's not pretend like the only problem with what Jake is saying is that it's mean and it causes these secondary effects. No, the critique in itself is just like such a hand-wavy, arrogant thing. Like, he doesn't even, like, Zakir Naik doesn't even deserve a full analysis. Zakir Naik doesn't even deserve, like, a full elaboration. Why do his arguments suck? Like, why is his argumentation weak? Jake doesn't even give Zakir Naik the respect to actually explain that. He just hand waves. His arguments are weak. Which arguments? Which arguments are weak? You can't just say that. You can't say, you being who you are, like some loser, telling Zakir Naik that his arguments are weak. You can't, like, that's how delusional Jake is. Like, he thinks he's so amazing that he doesn't even deserve Zakir Naik the decency to actually explain why the argumentation is weak. And again, like, this is the theme that we're going to come back to throughout the show. Like, we have to wonder, we know that Jake, being based in Morocco, Abraham Accord country, aligned with UAE, Bahrain, okay, along with Farid and Adnan, we know the relationship that the UAE has with India, with the BJP, and with Modi. We know how the UAE has promoted the BJP and has helped back them up in many cases. And we know that the BJP views Zakir Naik as a major threat. They view him as a major threat, and that's why they've kicked him out of India. That's why they've issued an arrest warrant, charged him with terrorism, and they're trying to shut him down, basically. They've destroyed his presence in India, his offices, and his Dawah work in India. They've destroyed that, and they want to put him in prison. He's in exile. And now, interestingly, Jake comes and he ranks Zakir Naik in C tier. And as we'll see later, he ranks Zakir Naik at the bottom of C tier. Okay? So I wonder if there is a political dimension to that. And by the end of this, his rankings, it'll become much clearer that, yeah, this whole thing is based on Jake's politics and his Wahhabi Takfiri ideology. Okay, now what does he say about Ahmed Deedat?
Let's go with one of the OGs of Dawah, Ahmed Deedat. Now, for a lot of people, right, including myself when I was first getting into Islam versus Christianity debates, I think even before I became a Muslim, you come across Ahmed Deedat. It's inevitable, right? Either from people using his arguments, seeing his own debates with Christians back in the day. He's a showman, and I don't mean that in a bad way. He has a unique stage presence that you can't really deny. Look, even Christians recognize it. He has had his own influence in terms of being the opening door to a lot of people in the Dawah scene. I don't have anything really bad to say about him personally. I just think some of his points are outdated now, like 30 years later. I think that, some points he still made are still solid and relevant. But I think that
some points, I guess, that Ahmed Deedat made I guess they're still relevant. Like, you realize that people study, like, Ahmed Deedat's debates and take copious notes, and there are courses, like, to study his debates, his debate style, and this has been ongoing for decades now. Like, you realize that. But no, I guess something that he said is relevant.
We have to move on from a lot of his style in terms of, being very biblically focused and going back and forth on what this verse says and what that says. And, some of the arguments I think have been a little bit overrated and maybe even debunked by now. So,
overrated. Ahmed Deedat is overrated, and his arguments, some of them have been debunked. Which ones? Which ones, you fool? Which ones, you donkey? Which ones have been debunked? Like, which ones? Please clarify, because when you just make it a generic statement like that, people have doubts. And then any Christian can come along and say, yeah, this is what we've been saying for decades about Ahmed Deedat. His arguments have all been debunked. They're all overrated, and we've thrown them in the trash. He's actually not right about his interpretation of the Bible. And he's been debunked. Thank you, Jake. Thank you for confirming that for us. It's just outrageous. It's completely outrageous what he's saying.
A lot of people think, Jake, he's an OG in the Dawah. How could you disrespect him? He's got to be on the S ranking, or at least on maybe the A ranking. But I'm going to shock people. I'm going to say that Ahmed Deedat is actually not on the S or A tier. I'm going to say, really, if we're going off the legacy and influence, he's at S, straight up, or at very least an A. But if we're going to include and be honest about his arguments and
the legacy and influence of who is this guy that no one will recognize except like fellow Wahhabis at the A tier, like Fareed, the legacy and influence of Fareed. The legacy. This random guy, like, sitting in some closet in Bahrain, that the legacy compared to Ahmed Deedat, I mean, there's no comparison. That's why Fareed is at A. Jake's friend Fareed is at A tier, but Ahmed Deedat is like barely making it into B. Barely making it into B tier.
And what is still relevant today and good, you can't put him at an A or an S. I'm just being frank. You got to go B or even C. But I think
even C, as I said, even C, at the bottom, like Ahmed Deedat, he's under Shamsi, like he's below Shamsi, these giants of Dawah, Shamsi and Ali Dawah, the giants, the ones with a true legacy who don't have debunked arguments at all. Like, you have to maybe consider Ahmed Deedat is down there with Zakir Naik in the C tier.
He was better. Like, Zakir Naik, I think, tried to be like him in many ways, but I think he never came close with Ahmed Deedat style. So I'm going to say he's at a C+ or B-. But I'm going to, you know what? Because he's passed away.
Right below Hashem from, like, the person that no one knows, Hashem from whatever dinky channel. Like, he's down there.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have mercy upon him and reward him for his good deeds and his influence. I'm going to put him at a B-. I can't disrespect him and put him on a C, I don't think. But
So Ahmed Deedat is below Hashem, the friend of Jake who signs a Wahhabi letter condemning me. Hashem has more of a legacy, has better arguments, has a better eloquence, like on every level, I guess, that you can imagine. Okay? Hashem, like, comes up on top in that comparison with Ahmed Deedat. Like, what is going on? Like, is this bizarro world? And these things don't make any sense. His rankings don't make any sense until you understand, like, the Wahhabi dimension of it and the political dimension of it. Because do you think it's a coincidence that Ahmed Deedat is from South Africa? He's Indian background, but he's from South Africa. And South Africa is one of these countries that is extremely anti-Israel and bringing criminal charges against Israel in international court, an international court of justice. Like, do you think it's a coincidence that Ahmed Deedat has to be downgraded by the Wahhabis? The influence of Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik has to be downgraded in the eyes of the Muslims? Like, some Wahhabi has to be either brave enough or stupid enough or both to go online and start bad-mouthing Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik. You don't think that serves like some other agenda? Okay, even if you're not willing to acknowledge that maybe Jake is part of that agenda, that conspiracy, don't you think it in effect serves that kind of agenda, like that kind of international agenda that's coming from the Abraham Accord countries and the UAE? They need to downgrade these figures, especially Ahmed Deedat. Why? Because Ahmed Deedat was also a big fan of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. After 1979, Ahmed Deedat went to Iran. He went to Iran. He met many of the government officials in Iran. And he came back from that trip and had nothing but praise for Iran. He literally was praising Ayatollah Khomeini. And he was saying that we need Sunni Shia unity. That is the need of the hour. This is what Ahmed Deedat was saying decades ago, 40 years ago. So don't you see, like, why these figures being so prominent and being seen with such reverence and respect by the Ummah becomes problematic for the UAE, becomes problematic for the Abraham Accord countries, becomes problematic for Israel? This is they are a threat. Their legacy is the threat. So you have to have this donkey Wahhabi come and say, no, actually, their arguments have been debunked. Their arguments aren't really that good. And, you know, he has to kind of couch it in terms of respect, but we see that facade of respect goes away when push comes to shove, because Jake, in a tweet that I'll show you, says that actually Zakir Naik's arguments suck. He sucks. Okay, and that's what he'll say about Ahmed Deedat as well. Okay, and I actually asked Jake directly, like, don't you know that Ahmed Deedat was pro-Sunni Shia unity and pan-Islamic alliance? Like, that's his position. So why are you ignoring that? And he didn't say anything because deep down, that's what he thinks, that Ahmed Deedat is another shirk apologist. Ahmed Deedat is another shirk apologist upon kufr. He just won't say that out loud. Because he knows what that will mean for his already tanking career. Okay, so that's Ahmed Deedat. Let's look at some other people. So let's look at someone he does rank very well. Someone who he does rank very well. Here is Adnan.
He's somebody who is a good friend of mine. We've traveled together. We've broke bread together. He's someone that I really respect. He's been doing it a long time, a lot longer than I am. He engages with a lot of different communities. He engages with the Shia. He engages with the Ahmadis or the Qadianis. He agrees with the Christians, the Jews, the Zionists. Was
that like a Freudian slip? he agrees with the Christians, the Jews, and the Zionists. Do you catch that? Like, you can go rewind it. He says he agrees with the Christians, the Jews, and the Zionists. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that. I know that. But thanks for admitting that. I guess that was a Freudian slip.
He's put a lot of his stuff all over. He's somebody who is an athari in Aqida. He's somebody who has...
He's athari in Aqida. Adnan, Uncle Retard. The guy who didn't even know that Hanbali Aqida is another name for athari Aqida. The guy who didn't even realize why I said, like, you know what, Hanbali can refer to the school of fiqh, but it can also refer to the school of Aqida, right? Traditionally. He didn't even know that, but he's an athari. He's the athari in Aqida.
Been willing to stand up and defend and go against the istighatha and shirk apologetics of somebody like Daniel Haqiqatjou. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't really have anything bad to say about him. I think he's also someone who is involved in research and reading. He has had some unique contributions to the Dawah, especially when it comes to dealing with these Qadianis as of recent. So I really respect him. I really would put Brother Adnan right on the B level, right there, you know, as one of the top guys. Honestly, I would put him up
top
there
guy
with Brother Mansour.
Top guys in history, like overshadowing Ahmed Deedat by a mile. Zakir Naik is not even on the same tier. Like, you have Adnan. Okay, this sectarian polemicist Wahhabi. Okay. Is it this is very transparent. Jake is very transparent. Like, he's my friend, and you know, he's been helping me attack Daniel Haqiqatjou. He's like, he can't help himself. Like, he can't help himself give up the game, like reveal what's really behind this whole ranking system. Okay, so Adnan, you know, the top apologist, and he mentions, like, where is Adnan actually known for any kind of major debate with a Christian? Like, has he had like any kind of top level Christian, like a very high level debate that people are aware of? Like, nothing really comes to mind. I'm sure he's debated Christians, but like, isn't it mostly just on the streets? Isn't it mostly like on Speaker's Corner? Like, I'm sure he has had some debates with Christians again, but like anything notable that comes to mind compared to like Ahmed Deedat or Zakir Naik or Mohammed Hijab, for example, for that matter? Like, what is, like, or Uthman ibn Farooq? Okay, Uthman ibn Farooq, who is also like closer to that spectrum on Aqida. Like, what has Adnan actually, who has he debated in terms of Christians? Yeah, he's debated Qadianis. And that comes to mind more, to such an extent that that's what Jake mentions as being most notable, or being notable at least. So I thought this was apologists who are specifically going against Christians, but Adnan somehow is one of the top 6 of all time. One of the top 6 of all time. Okay. Really brilliant. Okay, now let's go to another apologist here.
Okay, let me go to Brother Mohammed Hijab. Brother Mohammed Hijab, I think, obviously he has a level of popularity and influence that is nearly unmatched over the past, I want to say, what, 5 to 10 years. I think that he's smart. I think that he does know how to read a room most of the time, but sometimes it's like, similarly, bro, you're a little bit over the top, or, you know, you're not really presenting yourself appropriately. And he's engaged in a lot of things that I just wouldn't do and that I really don't respect. And one of my biggest problems with him is, and I told him this, and it's the truth, is he's basically an Ikhwani. He claims to be ethody in Aqida, but he doesn't want to take any public stances and really demonstrate that. And I think some of his opinions are very problematic when it comes to Aqida. So if it was just based on influence and arguments, I would put him probably up here as a B. If I'm including his Aqida aspect and his lack of backbone on taking certain stances and some of his antics that I really disagree with when dealing with Christians, I got to put him at a C level. Some people are shocked, but I got to put him at a C level. Honestly, he's going to go right next to his best friend, Adi Dawah. Although Adi Dawah took a recent public stance on something. So, you know what? I'm putting him there. And
oh, Adi Dawah took a recent public stance on something. Oh, I wonder what that is. Oh, is it about Daniel? Is it about signing the Wahhabi letter condemning Daniel? Is that the recent public stance? So that bumps Adi Dawah up on the all-time Muslim apologist tier list because he took a public stance against Daniel. So that bumps him up over Mohammed Hijab. Because we know all of the amazing, brilliant debate performances of Adi Dawah compared to Mohammed Hijab. And, you know, I'm surprised that actually he's just openly saying this. Like, he's openly revealing that that's why he's putting Adi Dawah above Mohammed Hijab. At least leave it to the imagination. At least leave it to us to speculate that that's what you're actually doing, that that's what your rankings are based off of. But he reveals the game. Like, that's how idiotic this guy is. He just says it. Like, oh, actually, Adi Dawah took a public stance recently, so he edges out Mohammed Hijab. This is so shockingly idiotic. Like, I can hardly believe it. I can hardly believe that this guy, like, recorded this. Like, he planned this, he recorded this, he edited it, and then he uploaded it, and then he pressed publish. Like, I just can't believe that that actually has happened. That's Hijab. Let's see what he says about this figure. Oh, and also, like, keep in mind this word Ikhwani. What does Ikhwani mean? Like, he's accusing Mohammed Hijab of being Muslim Brotherhood, like Ikhwan al-Muslimin. And what is so problematic about Ikhwan al-Muslimin is that they want to see Muslims united, specifically between Sunnis and Shia, specifically between the Sunni countries and Iran. Like, that's one of the big problems, amongst others, that the Wahhabis have with Ikhwan al-Muslimin. And that's what he's pointing out about Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed Hijab is associating with people that are not on the right Aqida. And that's a big no-no. Just associating with them. Let alone, like, because Mohammed Hijab doesn't say explicitly, like, Sunnis and Shia need to unite. He doesn't say that. But he's still Ikhwani. He's still Ikhwani because he's associating with non-Wahhabis. He's associating with and platforming and talking to non-Wahhabis. And he refuses to condemn me. He refuses to sign on the letter. Adi Dawah did it, but Mohammed Hijab didn't. So this makes him an Ikhwani. An Ikhwani. That's why he has to be dropped to the likes of Zakir Naik. He has to slum it down on the bottom of the tier list with the likes of Zakir Naik. And he's way below Shamsi, okay? Because Shamsi is the top of the C list. And Mohammed Hijab is, you know, middling there on the C list. So it's hilarious. Okay, let's see what he says about this figure.
Saving the best for last with myself, but I'm not going to be the best. But
I'm saving the best for last, referring to himself. But oh, actually, it's not myself, but referring to the best, saving the best for last, obviously.
Let's deal with Sheikh Uthman ibn Farooq. And I don't, you know, no disrespect to him. I think he even would say this himself. He doesn't view himself as a sheikh. He views himself as a student of knowledge. And I don't view him as a sheikh, but I'm calling him that because that's what he's known as. You know, I think he was recently a little bit offended by my critique of his argument on the Rebecca argument. I just think it's a weak argument, man. That's my personal academic point of view. I think Sheikh Uthman has had a lot of influence and popularity over the past, 3-4 years, something like that. He's done a lot. He's been getting a lot of shahadas and all this kind of thing. So you got to respect that. But in terms of just purely argumentation from defending Islam and attacking Christianity, of course, I can't put him as an F with Shabir Adi. It would be disrespectful to even put him on the D level. From an argument point of view, I would put him purely on the C level, to be very honest. I would put him as from popularity and influence perspective, he's got to be B or even A. But from a argument point of view, which I value more, I would put on a C or even D plus level, straight up. I'm just being honest with you. I do not really think that the brother has contributed anything unique in terms of his argumentation for the Dawah and built on other people. I don't think he's really done that. I think he's really just followed in the footsteps of Zakir Naik and Ahmed Deedat and presented it in his own way and did his own little street Dawah version of it, and has some, like, a few arguments about, you know, contradictions in the Bible and mathematical differences and stuff. But it's, for me, it's nothing really like, wow, I'm like, wow, okay, this brother has put in a lot of research. I don't really think he has, to be quite frank. And it's no disrespect to him. If we're going off of popularity.
No disrespect. Like, you've contributed nothing original. Like, no disrespect. Like, you're just a hack. You've just, like, recycled arguments. Like, no disrespect.
Popularity and influence, from that point of view, he's going to be up in the A range. But in terms of argumentation, I see him in the C range. And that's, you know, people can say I'm a hater or what. And also, I didn't think he was like this before, but he's become essentially an Ikhwani in his manhaj. He doesn't seem willing to call out people appropriately for being on the wrong Aqida stances. And meanwhile, he's willing to do that with people regarding music being haram, which is way lesser of an issue, even though I agree music is haram. So I've got my issues with him in terms of his recent Aqida and manhaj associations. And I don't think his argumentation is that great. So I'm going to put him in the C range. I think he's probably right around here, next to somebody he probably looks up to a lot, which is Zakir Naik. And yeah, honestly, if it wasn't for his influence, if it was just off of how I'm viewing right now his Aqida, manhaj, and argumentation, I probably would put him on the D list, to be honest.
He's a D list. He's a D lister. He's slumming it up with the likes of me, you know. I'm down here. I'm down here on the D list. I should be on F, but as Jake said, but actually it's on the D list. Okay. Okay, so that's what he deserves, you know, just purely on argumentation and manhaj. But because he's popular, okay, I'm gonna bump him up to C, like bottom of the C tier.
But because he's got the influence, because I think he can still come back to some of the correct ways of dealing with things, and that he can improve if he's serious enough about it, some of his arguments. That's why I put him on the lower C part here.
He can improve, you know. He can improve by calling out the deviants and the shirk apologists. He can improve. Then he's going to be like on S tier. Then he's going to be on S tier if he just would sign the letter. But since he didn't sign the letter against Daniel, he's Ikhwani. He's Ikhwani. Like, imagine, like, he literally is calling Uthman ibn Farooq an Ikhwani. This is the guy, by the way, who was Aqida checking me by surprise in a live conference in front of, you know, hundreds of people, live people in the masjid where we were having this conference. He's like live Aqida checking me on the spot and saying that you said some positive things about Deobandis and I need to, like, check you on that. Like, this is the Ikhwani, according to Jake. This is the Ikhwani. This is the person who is, like, too soft on the deviants. This is the guy who is too soft and is too willing to, like, join hands with the other side. Is Uthman ibn Farooq, the guy who is, like, going and saying things like, you know, certain scholars made mistakes and we don't follow this and that. Whatever. I don't want to relitigate that. But I'm just, like, pointing out the standards that Jake has for what makes you an Ikhwani or not. What makes you an Ikhwani or not. Like, if Uthman bin Farooq is an Ikhwani, then who's not an Ikhwani? Like, other than, like, Rabi bin Hadi al-Madkhali, or other than, like, Rabi bin Hadi al-Madkhali and maybe Muhammad Shamsuddin, like, who else is not an Ikhwani? And if it's just about association, like, all of these other people that you have even higher on the list, they have plenty of associations. They have plenty of associations. Like, he's putting someone like Paul Williams from Blogging Theology, or even Bassam Zawadi, or even Adnan Rashid. Like, Adnan Rashid is going on podcasts with Deobandis and with other groups, even though he considers them to be Ahlul Bid'ah and he calls them Ahlul Bid'ah, but he's still like associating with them. Uthman ibn Farooq is not at that level. So why are you like putting him in C tier? Why are you dumping on him? This is shocking. And again, it's like personal. Like you have some personal issue. He wouldn't sign your letter. He wouldn't sign your dinky letter. He didn't want to humiliate himself by being associated with the likes of you. And so now you're like, you're in a petty, childish way, passive aggressively, like making about, oh, his arguments are not that strong. They're not original. They're not that original. He's just a hack. Like, this is so transparent. Okay, so you might think that, okay, it's not about the letter, Daniel. Like, you're just assuming that. Even though he's mentioned why he put Ali Dawah above Mohammed Hijab is because of the public stance. Okay. Is that the only indication? No. Look at what he says about Smile to Jannah. Smile to Jannah Zishan. The rant he goes against our brother Smile to Jannah, who hasn't like hurt anyone, like hasn't hurt or attacked anyone probably in his entire life, like publicly. He's even like has his knife sharpened against Smile to Jannah. Look at this.
I'd put him with Brother Mansour, and but Brother Mansour has been doing it longer, and I think he's better. So I'm gonna put Brother Sabur right behind Brother Mansour for right now. But you know, I don't really have that much negative to say about him. Okay, let's go to somebody else here. Let's go to this brother. Smile to Jannah. I have some strong criticisms of him. I have to really devalue somebody like him because some of his Islamic positions and some of the takes that he's had, specifically him still being willing to publicly associate, and not only publicly associate, but to glaze somebody like Daniel Haqiqatjou, who has been attacking Muslim Duat, slandering them, people like Brother Adnan Rashid, who is supposed to be a good friend of his. And yet, he has not only not had anything critical to say of Daniel publicly, he has glazed him after his public onslaught of attacks on somebody like Adnan Rashid. And
this retard, like, collaborates with all these other figures, like 34 global Dawah personalities, to write a statement about me. Their whole channels have been dedicated to attack after attack after attack on me that they initiated, but I'm the one who is out on a mission to slander Duat. Like, if I defend myself and I give it back to them and I point out like why they're wrong in attacking me, then I'm on the campaign. It's me actually who is smearing so many Duat and Adnan. Poor innocent Adnan Rashid, like poor innocent Adnan who never hurt a fly, who never said a mean thing about anyone. Daniel, the monster, is smearing Adnan, who was just minding his own business. And then Smile to Jannah has the audacity not to sign a letter against Daniel and disassociate from him? That's why Smile to Jannah is D tier.
I don't think he's somebody strong in Aqida. I don't think he's somebody who has very much knowledge when it comes to Islam and Christianity. I think he's gotten a level of popularity because he knows how to make videos. He's funny, he's witty from that point of view. But I'm going to put him in the D range. And I'm going to put him somewhere over here. Maybe he's in the top D range. But he really disappointed me with his affiliation with Daniel and his continued affiliation with him. And not even that, just actually glazing him and openly praising him after he is defending kufr and shirk and slandering other Muslim Duat. So really, he's gone down a lot from that point. But even if he...
What did I slander these people with, by the way? Like, what have I ever slandered these people with? Like, are you just slandered by the term Wahhabi? Like, Wahhabism, that's your sheikh. And Wahhabis, until the 20th century, referred to themselves as al-Wahhabiyun. They called themselves Wahhabis. Wahhabis have always called themselves Wahhabis until they went through a rebranding in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Saudi Arabia, because Wahhabism had been associated, rightly so, with Kharijism. And you had the great scholars, Sunni scholars of the 19th century, declaring that the Wahhabis were Khawarij. So you had a rebranding where, okay, we're not going to use the word Wahhabi anymore to describe ourselves. We're going to go by Salafi, okay? That rebranding happened, but Wahhabi is not a slur. To call these people Wahhabi, that is the original term, and it's actually very apt because that's your Sheikh, Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So what is the slur? What is the slander, okay? Everything that I have said about these people is 100% fact. The fact that they are promoting the kind of sectarianism that serves the agenda of Israel, that they're useful idiots for Israel, that's a fact. That is true. And go watch my interview with Maulana Yasser Hanafi, where the Sheikh says that he was interrogated by one of these IDF soldiers at the airport or in a trip to Al-Quds, to Jerusalem, and the IDF soldier said it openly that the worst thing that we want is Muslim unity. The worst thing that we want is Muslims to unite with each other. So it's a fact that your sectarianism serves no one better than the enemies of Islam, Israel being top among them, the Zionists being top among them. What have I ever said that has been a slander against these deviants, these Khawarij? What has been the slander? I haven't said anything against them that has not been said by the other ulama of history. I didn't invent the claim that the Wahhabis are Khawarij. This is something that Ibn Abidin said. The great Hanafi jurist Ibn Abidin called them Khawarij. And many others. Just go watch the Wahhabism documentary. So there's no slander. Their claims against me, yeah, that's slander. To say that I'm a mushrik, to say that I apologize for shirk just because I take the majority position, that the dominant position that Sunnis have always taken when it comes to these issues. Like that's, and in fact, like that makes me a mushrik. Go watch the conversations that I had with Sheikh Harun and Sheikh Yasser. Go ahead and watch that. And see, like, if I'm the one who's slandering or it's them.
He was good on that. I would at most put him in the C range because I don't think he has very much good arguments. I think he's just good at producing videos, to be very honest. But hey, that's just my opinion. He could hate me for it. They could think I'm arrogant and I'm whatever else. But I'm giving my honest opinions on these things. Who else? Let's go.
So if it wasn't for his association with me and not signing on to the letter, poor old Smile to Jannah would actually be higher up. You'd be like higher up on you'd be a C at best, according to this clown. So this is what Smile to Jannah gets. That's the treatment that he gets from Jake. Now let's go to what he says specifically about me.
Scumbag. This loser. I was thinking this deserves to be on the B category. Yeah, I would put him on the B category. All right, who will we go to next? Let's deal with Daniel Haqiqatjou. He's the only other one that I was thinking this scumbag, this loser, could actually be considered on the F alongside Shabir Ali because of his recent shirk apologetics. But because he's not maybe as far gone as Shabir, I think Shabir is stuck in his ways. I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides Daniel. Only for that, I'm going to put him in the D. But really, I really want to put him on the F because he has been slandering many of the du'at that are here, disrespecting them, and has been...
You mean the du'at who signed a letter disassociating from me, condemning me? Like I slandered many of them. Like what did I ever say to like Hashem or Mansour or Ali Dawah? What did I ever say about them before they like condemned me and disassociated with me and just signed on with the Wahhabis that I'm a shirk apologist? Like what have I ever done or said to them? Well, I'm the one who's slandering them. What have I ever said to slander them?
In defending kufr and shirk of the Shia and the extreme Sufis like you wouldn't believe. Tap dancing for him. So on that side, I actually want to put him on as F, but I think to be fair, because he's still a lot more active and influential than Shabir Ali, I'm going to put him in as a D, but I would like to put him as an F, to be honest with you. But this shows how, and I don't have anything personally against Shabir, this shows how I'm trying to be fair and just with this.
Wow, it's so fair, and so just. Oh wow, this is just the model of fairness and justice from Jake. Like we've clearly seen so much fairness and justice. Like this is purely objective. Like he's pure objectively, objectively. This is the objective of a tier list as you can get. Like because he's so fair and just, putting Smile to Jannah on D tier, putting Mohammed Hijab on C tier. Like it's because pure justice, not the fact that they wouldn't sign your letter, not the fact that they don't like agree with your antics. Like putting Uthman ibn Farooq at the bottom of C tier, slumming it with Zakir Naik. Like that's from your fairness and justice. That's from because you're so just.
This ranking system. But Daniel, people know all my issues with him. I'm not going to belabor the point here. Okay.
Yeah, because we know your issues. Your entire channel is dedicated to me. Like your channel and Fareed's channel is basically like a Daniel fan site, like Daniel fan channel. all your content is about me, pretty much. Like, what is it? Like less than 90% of your recent content is about me. So,
okay, so we've got about 8 people left. One of them being me. So people are wondering, where is this arrogant little, you know what, going to put himself? We'll see.
We heard you say that you deserve to be on S tier, like with the best of them. Actually, we'll look at that right now. Where does this arrogant little B consider himself? Let's go to that now.
So anyway, this is my list. Let me know what you guys think of this. Are there people you think that I left out? Are there people you think that I should have included? Oh wait, I should have included myself. So now let me criticize myself. And where would I put myself in this whole thing? I'm somebody who I think, what would I say? I'm someone who I think really needs to improve from the Islamic sciences perspective. I need to improve a lot more when it comes to fiqh and even Aqida and getting into some more serious studies on these points. My Arabic, I need to improve. What else? I think that sometimes I do take things a little bit over the top myself when I shouldn't, in terms of my demeanor. So I think those are a lot of the critical standpoints. Some people think I'm too critical of others. I don't really think that's the case. Maybe I have.
Is he critical, guys? Is he too critical? Like, as he finishes dumping on everyone, as he finishes on, like, his finishes up dumping and criticizing everyone and calling them unoriginal hacks.
More of a difficulty accepting criticism from others, so I definitely can improve on that point. When it comes to Aqida and Manhaj, I think I'm better than most on this list, to be very honest with you. So moving,
it's better than when it comes to Aqida and Manhaj, he's better than most. He's better than most on this list.
From the critical standpoint, when it comes to arguments, critiquing Christianity, doing critical and unique research on Christianity, bringing arguments into the forefront that people didn't think of, being a critical thinker and really trying to propel and elevate the Dawah. To be very honest with you, and people can say I'm arrogant, I think I'm the top, if not one of the top up here, besides Brother Bassam. If I was just
top, he's being modest actually in terms of propelling the Dawah, in terms of original arguments and research and strength of debate. Like, I'm at the top with Bassam. I'm the best, if not one of the best, if not the best. The top, if not one of the top, if not the top. That's what he said, along with S tier Bassam Zawadi. So the person that, is obviously far more influential and far more insightful than Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik. Of course, another signatory on the letter, by the way, condemning Daniel. Jake is up there, in the stars, looking down on the rest of us. That's why he has the authority to make this list and to judge everyone, because clearly he's the best. So he's being modest, right, guys? He's being very modest. He acknowledges that there's conceivably things that he could improve on. Conceivably, I mean, Nothing that I could say, because I'm not even in the same universe as his brilliance, his majesty, Jake. I'm not even in the same universe, so what do I know? But Jake himself, out of his humbleness, his humility, he says that there are things he can improve. There are things that he can really improve on, actually. So otherwise he'd be at S, but since he's so modest, he's going to place himself where? A?
Just going purely based off of argumentation regarding to Christianity, I would put myself right here. That's just my point of view. People could disagree with me. Okay? And in terms of
right
debate,
there. So in terms of the top 4 apologists of all time, okay, the top 4 apologists of all time, if you look at all of the apologists who have been debating Christians, the top 4 of all time, 3 of them signed his dinky Wahhabi condemnation of Daniel. 3 of them. Bassam, Fareed, and Jake. Wow. I guess, you know, that says it all, right? That speaks for itself.
Skills and rhetoric and all that. But because I need to improve on other areas in terms of my own personal
you improve? What are you talking about, Jake?
A representation of Islam in terms of my behavior where I think I could be better, I think that devalues me. So that I think I got to go down. I can't be in an S and A in light of that. And I think that automatically brings me down to a B. But because my argumentation is better, I think, than these people, and I'm better overall, I would have to put myself probably in the B range.
My argumentation is better. I'm better overall, he says. Okay, he places himself above Hamza sources, Paul Williams, Ahmed Deedat, Muslim Lantern, Abdullah Andalusi, Shamsi, Ali Dawah, Mohammed Hijab, Uthman ibn Farooq, Zakir Naik. It's better. You know, he's better overall. And look at what the problem, okay, the main thing he says is, I'm better in argumentation. I'm better in rhetoric. I'm better in debate. I'm better in Aqida. And my behavior is, you know, it could be better. It could improve. He doesn't say his behavior is bad. He says it can improve. Wow, don't be so modest. Jake, you're eating too much of that humble pie. Try to acknowledge your achievements, Jake. Like, try to be more honest about how amazing you are. How mind-blowingly amazing and superior you are to everyone. Please be objective about your own greatness. Like, just say that you're the GOAT. Like, why are you trying to soften the blow? Like, be honest. You're the GOAT. You're the greatest of all time. Obviously. So this is his own self-assessment.
Okay, and I would put myself on the upper part of the B range. I'm not saying I'm number 1. I don't know. I would have to think a little bit more about this. But on the upper part of the B range, B+. That's where I see myself, to be honest, with these guys.
Okay, so he's at the top of the B. He's number 4. He places himself as the number 4 of all time. Muslim apologist. And again, like, let's look at this list now. This is the completed tier list. Number 1, Bassam Zawadi. I don't think many of you have heard who this is, but basically he's one of these Wahhabis. Okay, he signed onto the letter condemning me, and presumably he's providing Jake with a lot of his material to try to argue against me, even though they're not man enough to step up and debate me on these issues. But Bassam is the number 1 S tier. And I've actually officially invited Bassam Zawadi to come and have a conversation with me and teach me, you know, about shirk. Because clearly I'm a shirk apologist, according to Bassam. Like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about S tier Bassam. Your friend Jake thinks that you're the greatest who has ever done it. So let's have a conversation about shirk, Bassam. I'd love to get your insights, and you can show me exactly how wrong I am. Show me exactly the shirk that I'm promoting. And we'll have a nice conversation about that. We'll also talk about Jake's antics and whether you agree. Like, do you agree with Jake engaging in this kind of tier list ranking system? Like, you agree with that agenda? I'd like to know that. I would like to know from Bassam. and maybe he will do me the dignity to actually accept my request, Bassam. Like you, because I know Bassam personally, and the last time I heard about him, I saw his name on a list condemning me and disassociating with me. So yeah, I would like to invite you, Bassam, and I'll be very nice and civil with you, cordial with you, and we'll have a conversation about, okay, my shirk apology. I'd like to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, from the greatest to ever do it, the Michael Jordan of Duat, of Muslim apologists, Bassam Zawadi. He apparently is such an expert in Aqida, according to Jake, that he will be able to educate me, right? He'll be able to educate me on my shirk apology. So I hope he accepts. That's number one spot. Then Fareed, number two. Fareed responds, the second greatest apologist. He's like the Scottie Pippen to Bassam's Michael Jordan. Okay, or maybe a better analogy would be the LeBron James. He's the LeBron James, or the Kobe Bryant on the Mount Rushmore of Muslim apologists, to use that analogy, is Fareed. The Fareed who brilliantly debunks Christians by pointing out that the hadith that some of these Christians cite for their arguments have actually been weakened by some scholars at some point in history. Those revolutionary arguments from Fareed, those revolutionary arguments, and the man who has never done a single debate with a Christian in his life, he's the number two. He's the LeBron James or the Kobe Bryant of Muslim apologetics against Christians specifically. Okay. And then you have Ali Atai. Okay. Ali Atai, yeah, mashallah, he's a very good researcher, has had many brilliant debates, but he's not a Wahhabi. Okay. So he's off the manhaj. Okay. Is he a shirk apologist? I wonder if is he a shirk apologist? Jake, he doesn't comment on that. So he just puts Ali Atai there at the A spot. And then you have Jake putting himself at number 4. And then who is this? Mansour, another Wahhabi letter signer, is number 5. And Adnan is rounding it out at number 6. So 4 of the top 6 Muslim apologists of all time are these Wahhabi letter signers condemning Daniel. Is that like a coincidence? And if you look at the affiliations and like where these apologists are based and who they're associated with and which governments they refuse to criticize, a pattern starts emerging. You have Saudi, you have UAE, you have Morocco, and you have Bahrain. Isn't that interesting? Like those are the countries that these people are associated with. The top 4 of the 4 of the top 6 Muslim apologists of all time are affiliated with these particular countries. Is that like a coincidence? Is that a coincidence? That's my question. Because it's like a spectacular coincidence if it's just coincidental and there's not more to that. But this is Jake's ranking. Mansour. And by the way, fun fact, when Fareed initially was pretending like he was going to debate me, like when he was pretending like he was actually willing to debate me, he suggested that Mansour be the moderator for that debate between me and Fareed on Tasarruf fil Kawn and Wilaya Takwiniya. Mansour was his recommendation, and he said, I need to have Mansour as the moderator. I said, okay. I said, yeah, sure, no problem. And then when I contacted, and then Fareed started moving the goalposts and saying that, well, actually the moderator has to be active and has to intervene. If you go off topic, Daniel, if you go off topic and you start talking about something else, then the moderator has to have the right to shut you down. And the moderator has to come in and say that you're off the topic, this is irrelevant, and shut you down. Okay? And why that was significant is that Fareed thinks that if I cite Ibn Taymiyyah and Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal or Ibn al-Qayyim on a debate about Tasarruf and Wilaya Takwiniya, that's irrelevant. Even if Ibn Taymiyyah is actually mentioning Tasarruf fil Kawn in his writing, or Ibn al-Qayyim is actually acknowledging this doctrine and legitimizing it, it's still irrelevant. It's still irrelevant according to Fareed's standards. So he wanted to have a moderator, Mansour, to come and be able to intervene. So I said, whoa. Like, this moderator, how does he know what's relevant to this debate or not? Is he an expert? Is Mansour an expert in this topic of Wilaya Takwiniya or Tasarruf or Shirk in general or Aqida in general? And I asked Mansour privately, are you like well read and well studied in this? Like, is this like your area of specialty that you can intervene and say if something is relevant or not? And Mansour said no. Mansour said no, actually it's not. Yet Mansour is such an expert that he can sign a letter against Daniel and say that actually you're promoting shirk. Like he has enough expertise to sign that letter. But when I asked him personally, he had nothing to say in terms of his expertise. And furthermore, he didn't even tell me privately that actually I'm on Fareed's side. I agree with Fareed that you are promoting some shirk ideas. He didn't have the common courtesy to tell that to me privately when he's messaging me about this fake debate that Fareed is trying to set up. Mansour doesn't have the cojones to actually say it to my face straight up, but he signs on to this letter condemning and disassociating with me. Like, and then you just randomly are ranked as one of the top 5 Muslim apologists of all time, way above Ahmed Deedat, way above Zakir Naik, way above Mohammed Hijab, way above Uthman ibn Farooq and whoever. That's just a coincidence? That's just all a coincidence that we have to pretend like this is all just happening organically? And there's no collusion behind the scenes? There's no collusion? There's nothing else going on? It stinks, guys. This stinks to high heaven, these people, what they're doing. And yeah, so this is the tier list. And there's a couple other things actually I remember that I want to comment on that I thought were hilarious. Hold on. Look at this. This was like a very telling comment as well.
Unique in with respect to me, and I think I have influenced others to the church fathers and Christian church history when it comes to the defense of Aqida and doing it in an intellectual fashion and promoting that. I think that has been unique in with respect to me, and I think I have influenced others, and they have to admit it, like Dean Responds and Orthodox Muslim and these other people now trying to come up like Leafy and I'm probably leaving out some names here, some of the other guys. But I think I have started a kind of revolution in that respect. And
Jake has started a revolution, guys. He's a revolutionary. I'm telling you, like he is on the stars, in the constellations, looking down at us mere mortals. He started a revolution. In Dawah, okay? Ahmed Deedat, overrated. Zakir Naik, his arguments suck. They've been debunked. His arguments have been debunked. But I've started a revolution, guys. I've started a revolution. Unique arguments, never before heard of arguments. Oh, I just can't be humble enough about how amazing and revolutionary I am. Can you believe this? Can you believe that someone is so narcissistic? And this is where I start questioning myself. Like, usually if someone is that delusional and is that overconfident, you would think that he would accept a debate versus me, right? Because if he's really that delusional, if he's really like thinking of himself in those terms as being that amazing, you would think that he would be so delusional to actually accept a debate. And you kind of see this. Like, you see people, and there are YouTube videos on this. Maybe you've seen like the random guy who thinks that he is like the most amazing boxer and he just was overlooked and he just didn't get a shot. So he's so overconfident in his abilities, he goes to the random MMA gyms and he starts challenging actual professional MMA fighters. Like, I'm going to whoop you. I'm going to beat your, you know what? And then he gets like his rear end handed to him. Like, have you seen these kinds of videos of these delusional people? Like, they're so delusional. They're going against professional MMA fighters and they're getting laid out. And that's kind of like, you would think that that's, if that were like what, like Jake's level of delusion, like he would accept coming on and debating me or coming on and debating any of like the Ash'aris that he's been bad mouthing and smearing all for years now. Like, he would actually sit and debate them. But apparently he has enough self-awareness to know that he would get laid out. Like, he would get absolutely annihilated in such a debate that he runs from it. Like, he avoids it. So it's a kind of interesting mix of self-delusion, self-aggrandizement, while also recognizing quietly subconsciously your limitations. So I'm sure that's a source of a lot of shame for Jake. Like, because the person who is like self-delusional in that way, like they think that they're the greatest and they actually go and they fight people and they get laid out. Like, at least that person is honest with himself. Like, he actually is deluded enough to think that he's the greatest of all time and he's going and stepping up. Like, at least he has that consistency of external and internal. But Jake, clearly there's a mismatch. Externally, he's praising himself as a revolutionary. And all of these other du'at like are just in his shadow, like benefiting from his genius. That's what he's projecting externally, but internally, like he's too scared to actually have a confrontation. He's too scared to actually step up to the plate. So I'm sure that's a source of shame for him. I'm sure that's a source of cognitive dissonance and anxiety for him. So that's we can psychoanalyze that, but it's fascinating to me. Okay, so let's look at the doubling down. Because if you look at people on Twitter, on YouTube, they're so angry with Jake. They're so unbelievably angry. And I'll be honest, like I've been kind of, making a big deal about this because it is a big deal. And this is triggering Jake and he's getting increasingly angry. And now he's just on a rampage. Like if you thought that he was over the top and outrageous and very disrespectful in the video, just wait till you see what he's been posting. So here is me. So I post, this is like based off the thumbnail. You also saw the thumb for this video. Move aside, mushrik. Let a real Muslim show you how to do dawah. Okay, like move aside. Your arguments have been debunked. You're overrated. Move aside. Let me show you with my revolutionary argumentation, my brilliant arguments, and my amazing Islamic knowledge, and my correct Aqida, which you don't have, you shirk apologist. Like, move aside. Let me handle the debating. Okay? So this is an AI-generated image, obviously. And then Jake gets so triggered by this. He's like, he's not a mushrik. Zakir Naik is not a mushrik. He's like you the mushrik, Daniel. So there you have it. There you have it. Like very clear-cut takfir of me. And he doubled down like on multiple tweets. He said, yeah, you're a mushrik. And I'll show you some of that. But, Zakir Naik's arguments, they just suck. Zakir Naik's arguments, they just suck. Wow. Okay. Tell us how you really feel. So then this is him doubling down. He posts this. He says, yes, you are a mushrik. And then he posts this clip. You platformed Sheikh Harun. And he said, this statement, is that shirk or not? Your silence is deafening. Okay, so this is the clip. I'm just going to play this. And you tell me, okay, am I a mushrik based on what is said in this clip? And I'll leave it at that. But Jake is citing this as proof that I am a mushrik. Daniel is a mushrik, murtad. He's left Islam. He shouldn't be considered a Muslim. You shouldn't give salams to Daniel. If Daniel says salamu alaikum to you, you have to say wa alaikum and then mutter, you kafir. Wa alaikum, kafir, mushrik. Like that's how you have to treat Daniel. And, if you have the opportunity, like if there's an Islamic state, you have to apply the had for apostasy. Because he's a murtad. Daniel is a murtad. So this is the evidence. This is the evidence that an Islamic judge would see to determine that, yeah, Daniel is a mushrik according to Jake, which remember, according to what Jake himself said, he is Aqida and his Islamic knowledge is top tier. It's right up there. It's right up, S tier. And there's hardly anyone who has better Aqida than he does. So keep that in mind as you watch this clip. If you didn't see it from the original interview, but let's watch. Let's see the evidence. Let's see the shirk that's just going to pour out of my mouth in this exchange here. Let's watch.
Just to see, do you think that there could be any kind of upper limit of ascribing power to a person like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in terms of their control that would fall into shirk? Without necessarily ascribing independence. So if someone said, for example, that the Prophet ﷺ literally controls the atom completely, the universe in total. And he is doing it through the power of Allah. He's doing it through the power of Allah. He's not independently exercising this kind of control over the entire universe. My understanding is that this is shirk, even though we are recognizing that this is power from the Prophet ﷺ. It's still a kind of all-encompassing control over the entire universe, providing like every being's rizq simultaneously and consciously. And this is the kind of like the mind of something that is beyond like a human or a creation, to be able to manage every little detail in a simultaneous way. So even though it's dependent on Allah, well, in my understanding, this is also would be considered shirk. And my understanding is that when the ulama talk about tasarruf fil kawn, they don't mean this. This is not their intention, or at least the Sunni ulama, the majority that we are going to talk about, or all of them that we're going to talk about. What is your perspective on this?
Anyone that affirms benefit or harm for other than Allah with the permission of Allah, then we would say that such a person is a Muslim, and there's no issue with that.
So then even other kind, you say that's not even problematic. So it's not even...
It's found in our scholarly works.
And the claim from Wahhabis, for example, or others, is that, well, there's if you say that even it's not independent, it's dependent, but it's a simultaneous control, like every aspect, every part of the universe, not just the rain, for example, or not just like the earth or things on the earth, but actually everything in the heavens and the earth simultaneously, then this becomes just too far. It becomes too all-encompassing, and then it's actually shirk to have this belief, because that's the kind of power that over everything in creation that Allah has exclusively, and it's not coming through the wasila or through the means of any created being. So this is their claim. This is their argument.
Well, there you go. There you go. Did you hear all the shirk? Did you hear all the idol worshipping there that I was doing? You see that, guys? The case closed. Case closed. Qadi Jake Brancatella, the Muslim Meta McNugget, has issued his ruling. Shirk, you're a mushrik, apostate. You heard it from the horse's mouth directly. You heard all the shirk, right? That's why I'm on the same level of Abu Jahl, and I'm on the same level as the Hindus that I debate. When you saw me debate like Daniel versus the Hindu, you thought that was a Muslim versus a mushrik, but actually it's two mushriks debating. Or when I debate the Christians, actually those Christians are closer to Tawheed than me, because they're Ahlul Kitab, they're people of the book. And I'm like a polytheist. I'm like at the level of the Quraysh, like Abu Jahl, if not worse than Abu Jahl. That's what Ibn Taymiyyah or Ibn Abdul Wahhab famously said about the mushriks of his time, that they're worse than the Quraysh mushriks like Abu Jahl. So yeah, that's there you go. There's the evidence. Case closed. Pack it up, guys. We got him. We got him. Daniel, with his admission of being a mushrik, stated it very clearly himself. Case closed. So then I asked Jake, I asked him, like, okay, so should I be given the had for apostasy and executed, Jake? Because you're saying that I'm a mushrik. It means I've left Islam. So my marriage should be dissolved, right? My wife, as a Muslim, she can't be married to a mushrik. So my marriage is dissolved. And I should be executed, right? You with your amazing Islamic knowledge should know the ruling. You should know the ruling on that. So tell me. And then he's saying, "Oh, answer my question first, coward." Is what Sheikh Harun said. Is that shirk? Answer. Stop running. So he can't answer me. He can't like confirm or deny that I should be executed and my marriage to my wife the mother of my 5 children, whether my marriage is dissolved, until I answer his question. I answer his question about the clip and whatever he understood about the clip. That's what I owe him before he can tell me if I should or should not be killed. But he already declared that I'm a mushrik, so why is he asking questions at all? Like, why are you asking questions? You already gave the ruling. You already gave the hukum that I'm a mushrik. Why are you asking questions after the fact? Why are you asking questions after you've given the ruling? Like, case closed. I'm a mushrik. That's the hukum you've given. It's been written by the malaika. It's been written by the angels. It's been written in the unseen that this is your hukum. This is your ruling on me. You've declared me a kafir. So now you're asking questions. And then he doubles down. He doubles down even further. So here is the tweet for that. So he said, many of the same people who are upset by my recent comments, like his tier list, only associate with certain people for popularity and fame. They agree with me. All these people agree with me privately, but they can't say it, or they'll lose their popular friends. It's absolutely disgusting. I agree, Jake. You're the only honest one. You're the only brave one. You're the only brave person on this green earth. You're a revolutionary. You're a visionary. And you combine like such high levels of intelligence and argumentation and eloquence and research with also courage and bravery and honesty. Like, you're the best of both worlds, mashallah. Unlike everyone else, unlike the trash, all these other deviants who don't have the correct understanding of Aqida like you do. Okay? So that's what he posts. And then someone says, you called another brother a mushrik, referring to me. And then Jake doubles down. I called a mushrik a mushrik. Okay, so the ruling is there. The hukum, he's given it. And I'm a mushrik. I'm a mushrik according to Jake. What else is there to say? Like, honestly, what else is there to say? And these are the people that are claiming that I slander them. These are the people who say I slander them and I'm smearing them. They're out there takfiring me. Okay, so far, like, that's the thing. So far, they've been tiptoeing around it. They've been like being naive and coy, like, oh, Daniel is upon kufr. Daniel is secretly a 12er Rafidi, and Rafidis and Shia are all kuffar, and Daniel is secretly a Rafidi. So they've been tiptoeing around takfir, like Farid saying, oh, may Allah break his back, may Allah break his neck, may Allah like destroy Daniel. Like, they've been like tiptoeing around this, and no one has had the guts to actually take the plunge. And I've been asking them to be honest. And finally, Jake, he showed that he's consistent. Yeah, Daniel, you are a mushrik. Finally, I just said it. Finally, I just let it out. I'm sure that when he said it, like, big weight was lifted off his shoulders. Finally, I can stop pretending. I can just say that he is a mushrik. And it's why he was like triggered by a meme. He was triggered by a meme. And that's how low emotional control these people have, and how low intelligence that they have, that on the basis of emotions, they're takfiring people. They're takfiring people. They're putting them down and saying, oh, you're an Ikhwani. You don't have, like, you have no contributions. Like, I look down upon you. Like, it's all on the basis of emotion, like this guy. Okay, and if that wasn't enough, okay, so I'm not the only victim of Jake's tirade. So here is what Jake was saying about other Duat. Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik inspired many. However, most of their arguments weren't very good, and they're outdated. Again, like, all this ammo to the kuffar, to Christians. Like, your best debaters in history, Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik, yeah, they just weren't really good. Their arguments sucked. Like, imagine, like, and here is a Muslim who is debating, and this is his opinion. This is what he's admitting. Like, he's the only honest Muslim. Like, already Christians are saying this. Already the Christians are saying this. Like, imagine how damaging this can be. Then you have this statement. So he's just doubling down. Uthman ibn Farooq and Muslim Lantern. Oh, he didn't talk about Muslim Lantern. He put Muslim Lantern on the C tier as well. C tier, but he's a little bit higher on the C tier. Maybe Jake has some hope that Muslim Lantern will get his Aqida correct and stop being an Ikhwani and denounce Daniel. Maybe there's some hope. So he's at the top of the C tier. He's not like slumming it with Zakir Naik and Uthman ibn Farooq. Jake says, Uthman bin Farooq and Muslim Lantern have brought many to Islam. However, they don't have much knowledge of Christianity. They don't. Unlike me, Jake. They don't have much knowledge. They still use outdated scientific miracles arguments. They associate and promote fusaq. How do you pronounce or translate fusaq? Like people of evil, like sinful people, like sinful... bad people. They make Aqida blunders. They're making Aqida blunders. They're not like me. They don't have the correct Aqida like me. And they don't refute Ahlul Bid'ah in detail. It's not enough to refute Ahlul Bid'ah, because clearly they do, but not in detail. Not in detail. Ikhwani manhaj. Okay? Muslim Lantern is Ikhwani. Uthman bin Farooq, these are Ikhwanis. Ikhwan al-Muslimin. Like... If you go to their homes, they probably have like Sayyid Qutb there on the bookshelf, you know, above the Quran probably. You know, they're Ikhwanis. They're that's their manhaj. So this is, they don't refute. I love that, like that sentence. They don't refute Ahlul Bid'ah in detail. Just because people will point out that they're calling out Ahlul Bid'ah, like they're saying this and that about Ash'aris and Sufis and whatever, but no, in detail, you have to dedicate non-stop videos in detail to refuting Ahlul Bid'ah and causing non-stop sectarianism and civil war. You have to embroil the Muslims in non-stop manhaj checking and Aqida checking like I do. Otherwise, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. Uthman is also largely responsible for God Logic's rise to fame. Like, see, look at this. Like, look, he can't even leave it at that. He has to throw a bone. Like, he has to, like, throw literal dog logic to a bone. Like, here you go. Here you go. And then he says, by far, the most cultish fan bases in the comment section are Muslim Lantern and Libiano fans. You guys are crying so much. Muslim Lantern got baked by Jay Dyer and Libiano got cooked by God Logic. Cope harder. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking? Who got baked? Who got cooked? This is a figment of your imagination. Like Jay Dyer of all people, like that idiot. And again, Dog Logic. Like they got cooked and baked. And this is, again, like, why? Why are you saying it's just purely for his ego? It's purely because he wants to justify why he's the revolutionary at S tier and why his friends who all signed the Wahhabi letter on S tier and A tier, literally the top Muslim apologists of all time, but those who refuse to sign it, he's downgrading them. And now he's saying that they're getting cooked and they're getting baked. This is unacceptable. Like, this is absolutely unacceptable. And the fact, like, this person to be considered part of the Dawah sphere, whatever you want to call that, whatever infrastructure you want to label that as, like, he's a huge liability. Like, this is a huge liability, and now people are recognizing it. Like, this is an unhinged person. And again, he leaves it very vague and general so that he can't be pinned on it. He can't actually be pinned on, okay, what exactly are you saying? And that makes it that much worse. It makes it that much worse when he makes it general because it can apply to everything coming out from these people, from these other du'at. And then he said, I know I'm not Mohammed Hijab. I'm more of a challenge than him. That's why Michael, meaning Inspiring Philosophy, the Christian, not as eager to debate me, don't cover up for other people. So this is a statement from the end of December, also going after Mohammed Hijab, like saying Mohammed Hijab is a coward, or that he's not a challenge as much as Jake, the revolutionary, the visionary. Okay, so I'll show you the context of that. Hold on. Okay, so Jake was trying to get a debate with Inspiring Philosophy. And Inspiring Philosophy says, I just blah, blah, blah. What did he say? So he's saying, Inspiring Philosophy is saying, without reading this whole word salad, that if you want me to debate the Islamic dilemma with you, you have to agree with me that Mohammed Hijab is a coward. Okay? And so Jake immediately, it takes him a nanosecond to respond, and he says, Hijab is a coward for many reasons. For many reasons. So he goes above and beyond what this rat, Inspiring Philosophy, was asking. Like, saying for many reasons, Hijab is a coward. And I wonder what were those reasons, Jake? You kind of indicated it in your tier list. You said that Ali Dawah was willing to take a position that Mohammed Hijab didn't publicly. So I wonder why. Is it because Mohammed Hijab won't sign on to your smear campaign against me? Hijab is a coward for many reasons. So this is to denigrate not just any Muslim. Like if Jake was denigrating some random Muslim without any kind of fame or notoriety in front of a kafir like that, that would be egregious enough. That would be like deviant and showing a lack of wala, loyalty to the Muslims. Like, you are actually demeaning a Muslim when a Christian demands you to do it. Like, don't you have the self-respect? Like, don't you have the loyalty to Islam, to the deen, that you stand up for your Muslim brother when a kafir is attacking him? And not just any kafir. This is one of the ugliest rats, like physically and spiritually, who is constantly insulting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When that little rat, okay, and he's also like a midget, pretty much. When that rat is insulting a Muslim brother and you just agree with him, and it's not just a random Muslim, it is Mohammed Hijab, one of the most prominent debaters and duat in the past 10 years. As you yourself acknowledge, you're calling him a coward? You're calling him a coward, you rat, you traitor, you disgusting filth, you scumbag. You called me a scumbag, you're the scumbag. This is how you talk about Muslims in front of the kuffar? You're disgusting. And no Muslim should support you until you retract your statement and you apologize to Mohammed Hijab publicly, and you say you are wrong for licking the boots of a disgusting anti-Islam shaitan. Until you publicly retract and apologize, no one should have anything to do with you. And this is like, I'm shocked that these Wahhabis who are signing the letter, okay, they're signing the letter along with Jake. And Jake is the one, along with Fareed and Adnan, who is like approaching these people. It's surprising that they haven't said anything about this. And it's because they view Mohammed Hijab as Ikhwani, as Jake said. Like, Mohammed Hijab doesn't have the right Aqida, and they're trying to degrade his influence, devalue him, put him on the bottom of the C tier, slumming it up with Zakir Naik. This has been like the UAE agenda for years now, okay? Because Mohammed Hijab was a big target of people like Rabbi Ferris and Dollar Store Pitbull and Shamsi and all these clowns. Like, they went after Mohammed Hijab, seeing that he is having these amazing debate performances and gaining all of this influence. They were very worried about Mohammed Hijab. And so they started saying things like, oh, he's actually has the wrong Aqida and his debates aren't actually that good. And actually debating is haram, by the way. This is not the way of the Salaf. Remember? That all that was coming from the UAE influencers, the disfluencers, people like Sajid Lippam, like these kinds of people. These Madkhalis, Wahhabis. Okay? So those signatories on the list, why aren't you like condemning Jake for just this? Like, just this that happened 2 weeks ago. Throwing a Muslim under the bus in this way, it is despicable. It cannot be tolerated. This is not how you talk about Muslims and our duat. This is not how you talk about them. You slimeball. You arrogant, narcissistic McNugget. Like, that's the only thing that I can describe you with. Like, you have the intelligence and the build of a McNugget. So yeah, this is unacceptable. There should be no tolerance for this. Let alone you're going after Uthman ibn Farooq. You're going after Muslim Lantern. You're going after this Libiano. Yeah, like this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Not to mention Ahmed Deedat, Zakir Naik. Okay, it's gone way beyond. Like, it's going way beyond like an evaluation of arguments or an evaluation of, oh, what kind of debate skills that you have. No, this is clearly you're throwing Muslims under the bus for the kuffar, for the Christians who are ruthlessly attacking Muslims, and they're chomping at the bit for any crumb that they can find to use and weaponize against the Muslims and to drive more and more people into doubts or to drive more and more Christians away from Islam. And you postman, you over-glorified postman, mail worker from literally USPS, the United States Postal Service, you are out here telling Muslims that they're cowards and that they got baked and they got cooked. Who are you? Who are you, you loser? And people were saying, like, there was a comment that said that, well, Daniel, this is your fault. Like, I wouldn't have known about Jake if it weren't for you. It was you, Daniel, that kind of helped Jake come onto the scene. And frankly, like, I accept that responsibility, and I ask Allah for forgiveness. I ask Allah for forgiveness for that. You're right. Like, people wouldn't have really known Jake to this extent if it hadn't been for me. And I reflect on my own, like, behavior towards Jake. And I pray, like, the problem I think is I praised him too much. Like, I praised him, and this is why praising someone in front of their face is so dangerous. And the Prophet ﷺ has warned against it and likened it to breaking someone's back by praising them to their face. And yeah, I did it publicly. I did it to his face, and he just drank that up, apparently, to have that big of an ego. Like, come on, man. Like, this is, can you even fit your head through a doorway? Can you even fit your head into like a car? Like, how do you go through transportation? Like, this is insane, the ego that this guy has. And I have to have some self-reflection. And people should also reflect that when you're online and you're just constantly praising people, like, be aware that they might be reading that praise and that might be harming them. That might be boosting their ego. And they can't control their ego because they don't have that kind of tarbiyah or tazkiyah. They don't have that kind of spiritual counseling. They haven't studied anything about the diseases of the heart. They don't know. So you praising them, that could be deadly. That could be their spiritual death that you're causing. So be very cautious. And this is a reminder for myself before any of you, because I contribute. I praise the guy. I said, you know, this is a great argument. And he loves to cite it, by the way. Like, that's what the guy loves to cite is, Daniel, oh, remember when you said that I was the final boss for debating Christians? Remember when you said that? Like, yeah, I said that. That's true. I did say that. Because stupid me, I wanted to say something nice and I wanted to encourage you so that you'll keep doing good. If I knew that this was going to expand your ego to such an extent that you're putting yourself above people like Zakir Naik, Ahmed Deedat, and you're like poo-pooing them and you're spitting on them and you're saying that their arguments suck. Like, if I knew if that was going to be the result, I would have kept my dumb mouth shut. Like, I would have shut this big bazoo, this big mouth. I would have kept it shut if I knew that that was going to be the result of trying to encourage you and say something nice about you. Stupid me for trying to be nice. So this is the rampage, and we're not even getting to the worst of it. Like, because I want to show you stuff that is really going to shock you. Look at this. Okay, here is. Listen to this statement.
Going off of knowledge of Christianity and discussions with Christians as well. If I was going off of only correct Aqida, almost everybody would be in D and F.
Where would you rate Shamsi if it only was about Aqida?
A.
A, right? Okay.
Going off of.
So if this is what Jake is saying, he's being asked by someone, I don't know who, only on the basis of Aqida, everyone he would rank D and F. Everyone he would rank D and F on the tier list if it was for Aqida. And he said it also in the tier ranking that he's better than most. Now he clarifies that general statement. He says that actually he's better than most, such that everyone else on that list would be D and F. Okay, listen to it again.
Christianity and discussions with Christians as well. If I was going off of only correct Aqida, almost everybody would be in D and F.
Where would you rate Shamsi if it only was about...
So everyone is D and F, almost everyone. And then this person asks about Shamsi. Where would you rank Shamsi? Oh, Shamsi is an A. Shamsi, the Madkhali bootlicker, is A tier. The guy who, like, literally the Times of Israel put his picture and said that Madkhalis are the friends of Israel. Like, that guy. He's A on when it comes to Aqida. The guy who is, like, calling the Palestinians grave worshippers and saying that they're Rawafid. The Palestinians are grave worshippers and laughing at Palestinian deaths after October 7th and drinking Starbucks. His Aqida is an A. Okay, now we know. Now we know, like, his standards of what is correct Aqida. Okay, Jake. He's at an A. Everyone else, almost everyone else, D and F. And why that's significant, is that notice how he puts me in D because I'm a shirk apologist. So that kind of gives up the game, right? That kind of reveals, okay, if we go back to the tier list, let me just put it on the screen. If we go back to the tier list, it might be a little bit small, but you see the D tier, okay, is me and Smile to Jannah and Muslim Cowboy and other guys. And F is Shabir Ali. And we are, like, we're heretics according to Jake. We're either kafir or we're mushrik or we're zanadiqa or we're ahl al-bid'ah. We're just, not only are we off the manhaj, like, we're barely in Islam according to Jake. That's the D and the F tier. Especially as you get lower to the D in the D and F tier. Almost everyone, according to Jake, would be D and F. Purely on the basis of Aqida. Purely on the basis of Aqida. So if I'm a shirk apologist, these are all potentially shirk apologists, and Jake just doesn't say that explicitly. He doesn't say it by name, but he just says that, yeah, almost everyone on my list is in the D tier. Doesn't that just reveal everything? That reveals everything. So this is a shocking clip that was revealed. Okay, now look at. So remember this clip. So Mohammed Hijab talking with Jake. Jake is the expert on Aqida, okay, one of the best, according to himself, in terms of his knowledge and his Aqida. And remember this conversation that he had with Mohammed Hijab, the person that he secretly thought of as a coward, who has little Islamic knowledge, as he says now. And remember how he's criticizing before, oh, there are the people who agree with me, but they're not going to say it because they want popularity and they want to associate with people and gain fame and clout. Remember that statement? Were you doing that with Mohammed Hijab, Jake? When you were being nice and you invited him, was it just for clout? Why didn't you say those things to Mohammed Hijab's face? Why didn't you call him an Ikhwani to his face when you were publicly talking to him? Why? Are you afraid that he would just absolutely demolish you and humiliate you and make you look like the postman that you are? The illiterate postman that you are? Was that why you played nice? Or were you trying to gain clout? It's a good question. So here is, listen what he says here.
And me, even if I think I have enough knowledge
to make certain statements about these issues to educate people. I don't need to be all-knowing and have as much knowledge as other people. I can say, as long as whatever I'm saying I believe is correct, no problem. What's the issue?
You can say all that, but I'm just saying that your greatest benefit to the ummah, where you're going to get the greatest rewards from Allah. Think about the following. What is the action that you can take, you as Jake Brancatella? Let's think about it. That will mean that you get the greatest reward from Allah.
Yeah.
The beneficial knowledge is that 100 years from today, people can be actually referring to Mr. Brancatella, to Mr. Haqiqatjou, will be in the realm of comparative religion, of ideology, of philosophy of religion.
That's what you think, Aki. Give me 10 years and you're going to see something else. Watch.
Okay, that's fine. I'll give you 10 years, but for now,
No.
for now,
In
Aki,
10 years,
Even Mohammed Hijab is like shocked. Even Mohammed, at the level of arrogance, like he can't help but laugh at this. It's like, just wait for 10 years and see what I'll be able to do. Like, I'm so amazing. Just wait. You think I'm amazing now? Just wait 10 years. You think I'm revolutionizing the Dawah now? And I'm at the top of Aqida now, where I'm ranking myself as above everyone, and everyone else is D and F if you rank purely on Aqida. Just wait 10 years.
do
in
that
10
on the-
years, inshallah,
do
I
the
will
rest
be
of
doing
the
those
years.
type of
I'm
debates.
gonna go
He'll do Aqida debates in 10 years. Like, this is why he won't debate me. He needs 10 years to debate calling me a mushrik. He needs 10 years. He can make the ruling. He can judge me as a mushrik now. He doesn't need 10 years of study. But just wait for 10 years, then he'll do the real debates. Okay, now this was really shocking. This caused a lot of backlash. This is from yesterday. So Hamza's Den was doing a stream, like he does a Sunday stream, and he was messaging on, I guess, WhatsApp with Jake, and Hamza was reading these messages, and apparently what it seems like is Jake was calling Hamza a fraud, a scam artist, or whatever. He was calling Hamza like a dumbass. Your dumbass show. Like, this is what Jake was saying. So Hamza said, like, oh, please come on the stream, let me talk to you. And so this is the exchange that happened. Let's watch this.
You get me? You did start with a disclaimer saying, I'm not a kafir, but so that was it.
So Hamza is reacting to the tier list, and he's saying that when you ranked me, and I think Hamza was ranked above Zakir Naik there on the C tier, at the bottom of the C tier, and Jake said, I don't think he's a kafir. And Hamza's like, well, why would you even like pose that question that I possibly could be a kafir?
I promise
that's what
you.
I want to investigate now. I don't know. Maybe you are.
Yeah.
That's what I want to investigate now. Maybe you are a kafir. Maybe you are a kafir. Let's like marinate on that. let's just sit on that for a second. Like, that's what I want to investigate. Maybe you are a kafir. That's what he says to Hamza. Okay, for those of you who don't know who Hamza is, like, he's been debating Christians. He's in the UK, goes to Speaker Corner, has videos, content, a convert to Islam, obviously. Maybe you are a kafir, says Jake. I don't know. I have to investigate. Like, do you get the implications of that? Like, how do you know anyone's a Muslim, actually? Like, if this is your standard, like, how do you know anyone is a Muslim? You go and you're walking on the street and you see a man with a beard and a kufi and a thobe, and he is like reciting Quran. Like, how do you know that's a Muslim? Do you actually know his Aqida? Like, you go to the masjid and you're praying, and next to you is a man. Is he a Muslim? I don't know. I have to investigate. I don't know his Aqida. What's your Aqida, bro? I don't know. Like, what do you think about istighatha? Right? This is the testing that they did for me, remember? Like, do you consider istighatha to be shirk akbar in all cases? What do you have to say about the sifat of Allah? Like, do you do ithbat? Like, do you affirm these sifat? Do you affirm ulu? Where's Allah? Do you affirm that Allah is physically above the throne? Do you? I don't know if you're a Muslim. I have to investigate. You're standing next to me in the masjid praying. I don't know if you're a Muslim. Okay, let alone like the Palestinians, right? Remember, Shamsi said they're grave worshippers, meaning they're mushriks. Are they Muslim? Well, we don't know what their Aqida is. We don't know what they say about istighatha. Do you know the people of Egypt? Like, are they Muslim? Are the people of Tunisia Muslim? Are the people of Indonesia or Malaysia Muslim? Are the people of Pakistan and Bangladesh Muslim? Or India or Kazakhstan? Or are they Muslims? We don't know. We haven't investigated. We can't actually have a determination on whether they're Muslim or not. They might be shirk apologists like Daniel, or they might be mushriks like Daniel. We don't know. So this reveals the entire problem with Wahhabism. Do you see now? Do you see why this is Kharijism? This is the Khariji attitude that creates non-stop civil war. It's just an environment of suspicion and animosity and enmity. Because as you'll see from the rest of this exchange, Muslims don't like to be tested, especially by glorified postal workers. People don't like that. People, and it's extremely offensive and it's extremely damaging. But that's what Wahhabism calls for. And Jake, mashallah, chef's kiss. Mwah. He just exemplifies everything, like the core of Wahhabism. He just demonstrates it for you. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Thank you for bringing Wahhabism to life again for us, for those who had forgotten the cancer that this deviant ideology really is. So you have to understand, like, don't think of this clip as just between Hamza and this postal worker. Think of the larger ramifications of this mindset.
I've got no interest in that. I've not got an interest in your opinions on, and I'm not here to be manhaj checked or anything like that. I'm not really bothered. Okay, what I was concerned about was you say my arguments were weak.
You're more concerned with what I think about your argumentation than whether or not I think you're a Muslim. You don't think that that's backwards?
No, I don't care what you think about me in that sense.
Why not?
Why not? Why don't you care about what I think about you and whether you're a Muslim or not? Like, why don't you care? Like, again, like the ego on this guy. Why don't you care about what I think, whether I think you're a kaf or mushrik or not? Like, you should care. That should be your most important concern. That should be your number one priority, is what I think about your iman or lack thereof. Hamza?
Because the way you spoke about other brothers, yeah, your opinion's gone for me in the sense of your opinion of other people. So your personal opinion about me and what you think about me, the way you put, just the way you spoke about. I don't want to bring other brothers up. Yeah, I'm not here to do that. All I care about, Allah's my witness, and Allah knows, all I care about is your opinion on my argumentation, because I consider you strong in the field of argumentation with Christians. And for you to turn around and say my arguments are weak shocked me. And thus,
and I'm saying to you that...
I mean, honestly, like, I would just advise other duat, like, you need to stop caring what this retard thinks. Like, stop praising him. Like, stop pretending like this guy is a revolutionary. Like, stop reaffirming his own self-amazement. Okay? Because it's not really justified. Like, okay, he has good arguments. Like, which are what exactly? Like, the Trinity is incoherent. Like, okay. Like, whoa, the Trinity is incoherent. Whoa, that is, no one has ever said that before. Whoa, there's a logical problem in the Trinity. Whoa, oh my God. Whoa, revolutionizing the Dawah. Move over, Ahmed Deedat. Move over, Zakir Naik. We got Jake Brancatella here, the Muslim Meta McNugget. Oh, the Trinity. It's a contradiction. Oh, boy. Gee, never heard that. Literally never have heard it. Literally never have heard this argument before. Brought to us by Jake. Out of the darkness. Out of the darkness that was the Muslim Dawah and apologetics against Christians, out of the darkness rises this lone warrior, this light, this beacon on the horizon, who has shown us the error of our ways. Just point out that the Trinity is a logical contradiction. Whoa. Mind completely obliterated by, oh, Jake, the argumentation, oh, levels that we've never seen or could have imagined before. Oh, like, can we just stop? Can we just stop this charade? Like, okay, yeah, he had some good debates. And the ironic thing is when he's talking about like, oh, Muslim Lantern got cooked and Uthman got cooked and Mohammed Hijab is a coward and, oh, this Libiano, he had a bad debate. Excuse me? Like, Jake has had bad debates. Jake has had disastrous debates. Okay? And unlike Jake, I'm not going to say against who. I'm not going to say against who he's had dozens of debates. I'm not going to say who he's been like absolutely destroyed by. But it's happened. Like, he's been dog walked in debates before. Okay? You know, that's a fact. That's a fact. Unlike Jake, I'm not going to give ammo to those enemies. I'm not going to give ammo to those debaters, whether they're a Christian or some other group. Okay, I'm not going to specify who, because I'm not like Jake. I don't give the kuffar ammo. But if we're completely honest, if we want to play that game and start analyzing everyone's debates and who got cooked and who didn't get cooked, you got cooked pretty badly, Jake. And not just once, multiple times. You got cooked pretty badly. And it was an embarrassment, honestly. It was an embarrassment. And a lot of people, because they do have that kind of wala, because they do have that kind of honesty and integrity, they're going to look at the bright side and they're going to look at your body of work and they're not going to start ragging on you and dumping on you for the sake of their own ego to say that, no, I'm better than Jake because, oh, he got cooked or he got baked against X, Y, or Z. Because other Muslims have integrity and they can see the bigger picture and they're not narcissists like you are. So let's be perfectly honest about Jake. He's gotten baked, he's gotten cooked, he's gotten roasted and battered and grilled or whatever cooking analogy you want to use. Yeah, yeah, Jake. People are just nice enough not to say that publicly. But it's true. It's true. Like, if you want to talk about disasters, like you have the gall to talk about others, like, let's talk about you. Like, let's talk about you. But again, others, they care more about the dawah. They care more about like these larger goals. They understand that in terms of dawah, there's an edifice and everyone needs to be working together. Everyone needs to be united. Pan-Islamic unity. Again, we need to have a united front. And just because someone might have made a mistake or someone might have not performed to their peak at one certain time, we don't start ragging on them. We don't start diminishing them and belittling them. Because we have it's not that we're dishonest and, oh, you're so honest, but we're dishonest. No, it's because we see the larger picture, you retard. So yeah, let's stop glazing this idiot, okay? It's not that revolutionary to point out that the Trinity is incoherent. Let me just put that on the table. Let me just put that on the table. It's been said, it's been done. It's a good argument. It's a devastating argument for Christians, but Jake didn't revolutionize this. Jake didn't revolutionize or make this some kind of like grand contribution that overshadows Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik and everyone else. Like, let's be real. Like, we need to stop playing into this egomaniac's delusions of grandeur.
That's my biggest problem with you, is that you're actually only concerned with arguments rather than...
That's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my biggest concern with you.
But I don't care what your biggest concern about me is. All I care about is you consider my arguments weak.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even care about that, honestly, but continue.
Exactly. And I'm saying that you're just exposing yourself.
Well, no disrespect, the way you spoke about other people who are much more knowledgeable than I, and the way you've disrespected them and such, it's your opinion, mate. And for me, your opinion means nothing. Personally, what you think about me, whether you think whatever you, I don't care what you think about me in that sense. I really don't care. What I care about is you say my arguments are weak. That's what I care about.
Exactly. You've stated that many times already.
Yeah.
And I'm saying the fact that you don't care, the fact that you don't care whether or not you're a Muslim is
no.
Very
I don't care
concerning.
whether you. No, I think you're missing the point here. I don't care whether you think I'm a Muslim or not.
It took him like 2 minutes to realize, like, he thinks that Hamza is saying that he doesn't care if he's a Muslim or not. Like, for 2 minutes, Hamza is trying to get across. No, I don't care what you think. But Jake, because he's such an egomaniac, thinks that, oh, so you don't care if you're a Muslim or not? You don't care if you're a Muslim? No, I don't care what you think. But that just doesn't click for Jake. Because he doesn't really make a distinction between whether what a person is a Muslim in reality or whether and whether Jake considers you to be a Muslim. Like, those are the same things. If Jake considers you to be a Muslim, that's the reality. So there's no distinction there. There's no like conceptual distinction between what Jake evaluates you as, whether you're a Muslim or a mushrik or a shirk apologist or whatever, and the reality. There's no distinction. That's why he's having so much trouble when Hamza is trying to make this distinction. I don't care what you think. Because what you think doesn't matter. You've proven yourself to be unhinged, and you've proven yourself to clearly have some kind of mental problem, and your Islamic knowledge is lacking or whatever. That's why I don't care what you think. But that doesn't click for Jake.
Because I don't respect your opinion on that. So
why not?
Why not? Why don't you respect my opinion? Shaykhul Islam Jake, like, why don't you respect my judgment on who's Muslim or not? And whether you're a Muslim according to my opinion, like, why don't you care about that? Why? Look at the arrogance of this. Again, postal worker people.
You think I'm a Muslim or not? I don't really care.
Why don't you respect my opinion on that?
Oh, wait one second. Here we go. I just found me.
Why don't you respect my opinion on that?
Why don't you? It sounds like a serial killer, honestly. Like, why don't you respect my opinion on that? Why don't you respect my opinion on that? Why? Answer me. Answer me right now. Why? Like, is this guy a serial killer? Like, I just can't understand, like, how is this tolerated? Like, why isn't Hamza just shutting him down right now and saying, like, get out of my sight. I never want to see and talk about you or anything that has to do with you again, like, you worm. So that the level of disrespect and just psychotic, like, narcissism.
I just don't.
Yeah, the question is why.
I don't care. I don't have to give you my reasoning as to why I don't accept your opinion on that. I don't.
No,
really
but
care.
you literally laughed.
This will come down to me. What my head, what for Athari, Ashari. I don't do this, mate. I'm not interested. In what I don't look at you and think.
He's not interested. Hamza's not interested in Ash'ari, Athari, Aqida. Isn't that what I said? You know, that's literally what I said when Jake and the Wahhabi gang of retards started saying that, no, but Aqida is the most important thing. No, you have to answer. You have to speak out. And no, you have to do takfir of these figures. And no, you have to have this position. You have to. Otherwise, you're a shirk apologist and you're a mushrik. And we don't know what your Aqida is. Remember? And, you know, but I'm promoting an active position, like a positive position of Muslim unity, pan-Islamic unity. In order to do that, like, I have to wade into this. Like, the Wahhabis force this. And that's what they want to do. They just want to grade everyone. They want to grade everyone. Like, you can't keep it secret. We are going to investigate you, Hamza. We are going to investigate you, and we're going to grade you. Are you a kafir or not?
Think, you know what? If someone's going to test my Muslimness, I think Jake is that guy. For me, you're not that guy. That's just my own opinion.
Who is for you?
That's just my opinion.
Okay. Who is for you?
All I care about.
None of your business. None of your business. None of your beeswax, Jake. Mind your own business.
As you said, my argumentation
was weak. Who do you look for? I'm not
interested in that conversation, dude. All I care about.
Name someone. Okay, this again, the Wahhabi tactic. Name someone, and then I'm going to go and see the Aqida of that person that you name, and then I'm going to use that against you. Like, that's the move. Like, if you didn't know, name someone that you are, and Hamza is not going to name anyone. And then for me, what they did is like, oh, anyone that I have ever praised, ever, they're going to go and look up the clips from that guy, like Sheikh Salik. I said one thing about Sheikh Salik. I said he's a good scholar. The one positive thing about the Sheikh, may Allah have mercy on him, who passed away 3 years ago, they take that one statement that I made like 7-8 years ago. Then they go to Sheikh Salik, they go through all of his footage, like all of his video content, and they find one statement. They say, this is shirk. This is shirk. Therefore, you need to takfir this scholar, okay, that you praised. Otherwise, you're a shirk apologist. That's the game. Like, in just 3 minutes, you can see like their whole game plan, how they go and attack. Are you a Muslim or not? That's the first thing. We have to investigate whether you are kafir or not. That's what they did. Then, do you not care? Like, what's your Aqidah? Like, don't you care? Like, why aren't you going to tell me what your beliefs are and agree to my investigation of you? The fact that you're not willing to be investigated by me, that in itself is a problem. That in itself shows that you have bad Aqidah. That's step 2. Step 3, if you say that, no, I only go to my authorities, or you refer to some other authority, tell me who those authorities are, so then I can go investigate them and then challenge you and demand that you denounce your teachers for having these positions. Because unless those teachers are my authorities and the people that I agree with, the other Wahhabis, then we're going to find something. We're going to find some shirk there. So do you see, like, in just 3 minutes, Jake, this was like a speed run of the Wahhabi tactic for going after any particular da'i that they want. Any particular da'i they want, they take them through this 3-step process. And that's why the list that you see, like the tier list, Jake didn't even include any like Salafi oriented or aligned people. There was just like maybe 1 or 2. Everyone else is like either a card-carrying Salafi, card-carrying Wahhabi, or they're people who show respect and they tip their hat to Ibn Abdul Wahhab, or they tip their hat to that manhaj. Otherwise you're going in F, or you're not even going to be on the list. You don't even exist as far as Muslim apologetics goes, because you're not even a Muslim. Did you like understand that? And this is why, because they go publicly and privately. Mainly it's privately, and they do this kind of test. They do this shakedown, and this is how they try to exercise control over the entire Dawah sphere. I'm going to give you more details on that.
You're a fraud, bro. You're a complete fraud.
Accept my apology that I made, dude.
So you're a complete fraud. Why? What makes him a complete fraud? Because he doesn't care whether Jake thinks he's a Muslim or not. He's not going to comply with an investigation, and he's not going to tell who his authorities are, who his scholarly authorities are to Jake. Therefore, he's a complete fraud. This is straight from the Wahhabi playbook.
Because you're a fraud, bro. You're a complete fraud.
Accept my apology that I
no,
made a
I
mistake.
don't, and I'll be making a video about this.
All right, take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Take care.
Take care. I didn't see a wa alaikum assalam on that. He just bounced. Maybe he again doesn't think that Hamza is actually a Muslim. So he doesn't accept the apology. Like, even when Hamza is so conciliatory, cordial, apologizing, Jake says, no, I don't accept your apology. And in fact, I'm going to make a video about this. I'm going to put you on blast. Welcome to Wahhabism, guys. Welcome to Wahhabism. And people who know Wahhabism know that this is not like just Jake. Like, this is their entire group, like their entire manhaj. A long history of this trash, a long history of this nonsense deployed to cause civil war and enmity, animosity in the ranks of the Muslims. So what other backlash was there? So this is Orthodox Muslim.
It's crazy. Like, it's crazy to me. There's a certain respect that you need to have when we speak about those who preceded us in this. especially the late Ahmed Deedat, may Allah have mercy on his soul, and Zakir Naik and all these guys. I mean, these guys are like almost the founders of what we're all doing, you know? Like their arguments, hate their arguments, think they're weak, think they're strong. I mean, these are the guys who made a difference. These are the guys who made a difference in the world. You know what I mean? They made a difference in the world. Can't even compare ourselves. It's, you know, it's we're not on the same, it's not the same. There's no comparison. Bro, look at the amount of, like, brother, don't get me started on you.
I mean, this is also like the Wahhabi mindset of not caring about your predecessors. Ibn Abdul Wahhab similarly said that, you know, everyone is on shirk. He mass takfired the world, and he said that no one understands Tawheed other than me, and none of my teachers understood it either. And his teachers were teachers in Mecca and Medina, and apparently, according to Ibn Abdul Wahhab, they didn't understand Tawheed like he understood it. Like that kind of narcissism and self-amazement, that's coming from Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Like Jake is like a built in the mold of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. And just like Jake doesn't have any respect, like, oh, these are overrated figures, Ahmed Deedat, Zakir Naik. Ibn Abdul Wahhab had the same exact mindset.
You speaking as if Deedat and Naik are Sahaba. What the heck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Oh my God, you got, like, what? Log off the internet, dude. Just log off.
So a Jake fan sends a message like, you're talking about Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik like they're the Sahaba. Like this is the IQ level of the Jake fans.
Log off the internet, brother. All right? Log off the internet.
So stupid that he has to say log off. Like it's not even worthy of a response.
But it seems that some people are just allergic to having an advantage and are keen on doing anti-Dawah and giving non-Muslim kuffar ammo. Subhanallah, man. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Some people just are itching to cause unnecessary issues and problems. I don't know why that is. Don't understand what kind of benefit there is with that. Not really sure. But you know, we need to pay attention that some of these people are very soft when it comes to non-Muslims.
So anti-Dawah, like they're doing anti-Dawah, they're giving ammo. These are the things I was mentioning before.
But are very harsh when it comes to Muslims. But it looks like some others are keen on just picking fights internally. Just picking fights with every Muslim. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Why are we picking fights with each other? I don't get it. What's going on? Is this like Hollywood? Are we like are we in reality TV show? Like what's I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's hard to understand if you don't know what Wahhabism is. Like it's hard to understand why would you be picking fights. But again, like the justification of Jake and the Wahhabis is that we have to all have the correct Aqida, and Aqida is the most important thing. So it doesn't really matter, like you're doing Dawah and you're debating Christians, like that's very low on the level of Islamic priorities compared to having the correct Aqida. That's number one. Like that is the most important thing. And we have to make sure everyone is at that level of correct Aqida before we worry about debates or anything else, actually. So the fact that you're downplaying the importance of Aqida shows that you're actually a deviant yourself. You're actually a deviant. You're actually a shirk apologist. Like you want to overlook these kinds of Aqida differences because you want like us to be united or us to work together, and we shouldn't have drama. This is not a reality TV. We need to work together, like, and not just be picking at each other. That's anti-Dawah. That just shows that you're an Ikhwani. You're an Ikhwani and you have faulty Aqida, and that's why we have to investigate you. And he was planning to have a video, like actually investigating Orthodox Muslim. It hasn't been published. I don't know why. Maybe someone intervened, but he was, or maybe like he got scared. Jake got scared and he's not going to publish it, but he was supposed to justify his claims against Orthodox Muslim in a video, but he didn't press the publish button, I guess. Wonder why. What happened there? So even Adnan Rashid's son, Musa, who is another signatory on the Wahhabi letter supporting his dad, makes this dua. May Allah enable the dua to give dawah for his sake. Dawah is given for Allah, not to please people or to raise one's status. Comments comparing dua can easily interfere with a person's intentions. So clearly referring to Jake. So this is like dissension in the ranks, I guess, even amongst the letter signers, the Wahhabi letter signers. Now all of a sudden, oh, we need to stop interfering, or we need to only give dawah for Allah's sake. That's comments comparing du'at. Like, you shouldn't compare du'at, but you can denounce them. You can accuse them of shirk, but just don't compare them. Don't compare du'at. So the subtext is Wahhabi du'at. Like, those who are Wahhabi approved, or like are enough within our sphere of Wahhabism, like, don't compare, don't like cause infighting, don't Aqida check or manhaj check within the family, within the circle. But if you want to call people outside the circle as mushrik, or you want to takfir them, or you want to accuse them of shirk, and you want to sign a letter with the global Dawah personalities, that's fine. That's fine to cause that kind of civil war. That's a-okay. So again, like, these are, and then people like always will say, the low IQ comment is like, oh, but Daniel, you're such a hypocrite. You want like pan-Islamic unity? Then why did you criticize Omar Suleiman? And why did you criticize Yasser Qadi and Linda Sarsour and Dalia Mugahed? And why did you criticize why did you criticize them actually, Daniel? And yes, Queen Simpson, why did you criticize? You don't care about unity. You're doing your own manhaj checking, Daniel. It's like, wow, oh, brilliant analysis. Brilliant point. If two things share a feature, that means that they're the same thing. Jake and the Wahhabis are criticizing people, and Daniel is criticizing people. That means Daniel and Jake and the Wahhabis are the same thing. Oh, wow. Such a high IQ argument that you've made. Very insightful. Very insightful. Very insightful point. And so I always have to reiterate and explain that no retard. Okay. It's true that if you have a group of people who are trying to reform Islam, and they're actually introducing ideas into Islam, like LGBT is acceptable for Muslims to accept, and that's like a main political issue of the time that's causing all these shubuhat for Muslims and causing them doubts. Or you're promoting feminism, like literally the ideology that affects every single Muslim on the planet and is destroying countless Muslim marriages, and you're adding fuel to that fire, and you're actually perpetuating those ideas and those ideologies in the Muslim community, as Omar Suleiman, Yasser Qadi, Dalia Mugahed, Linda Sarsour, Ilhan Omar, all of these people were doing full force 7 years ago, 8 years ago. That actually does have an impact on the iman of Muslims, then yes, there needs to be intervention. Yes, there needs to be someone to come out, and not just one person, but the entire ulama class and du'at and everyone to say, this is unacceptable. We're not going to reform our religion. On these issues, it's going to completely continue to destroy. We're going to follow the path of the Jews and Christians who have reformed their religion, and it's led them to apostasy. You're taking Muslims down the same exact path. You're taking Muslims down the same path. So of course there needs to be an intervention. If a position on istighatha not being 100% shirk akbar, if that was going to lead the masses of Muslims into apostasy, that would have happened 500 years ago. That would have happened 700 years ago, when the ulama were debating these topics, when there was like this an issue. Not today, Not today, when 99% of Muslims don't even know what istighatha actually is. They don't even know like the difference between an Ash'ari and a Maturidi and a Athari. They don't even know any of these things. It has absolutely zero relevance to their practice of Islam or to their lives in the dunya. Those are the issues that the Wahhabis want to foreground to make as a point of testing and investigating whether you're a Muslim or not. Do you not see the difference? Do you not see the difference between those things? So, yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm in bizarre world, and I don't know if these people are bots or they are deliberately trying to be obtuse. I can't tell. Okay, so I put out, let's go to the final segment of the show, because it's 2.5 hours already, which is the analysis. And I just have some comments on the tier list, on what we're seeing with Jake. Why is it significant? And the purpose of Jake's video is very clear. Okay, is it, as I said, a coincidence that he put the people who signed off on his letter in the top spots? 4 out of the 6 Muslim apologists of all time are his signatories on the Wahhabi joint letter against me. And all the people who refused are being downranked and putting in C, D, and F. Is that a coincidence? Like, this is, Jake is just in a passive aggressive way. This is like a childish outburst. He's lashing out at the people who didn't go along with his Wahhabi plan and the plan of Fareed and Adnan and these clowns. The ones who abstained, like also Hamza, like also Smile to Jannah, Zishan, like all of these others, Uthman ibn Farooq, Muslim Lantern, they're getting downgraded. But if you sign the letter, suddenly, the revolutionary arguments that you're bringing, such a contribution, far above Adnan or Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik and everyone else. Mohammed Hijab not signing on. They're all downgraded. So that's what this whole tier list was about. Obviously, that's what this whole tier list was about. And then he just adds like a couple of red herrings to throw you off, like as if it's very clever, like putting Ali Atai there. No disrespect to Dr. Atai, like he is amazing, mashallah, in many ways, in his debates with Christians. But like you just put that there to throw people off, because otherwise it would be the top 4 of 5 apologists are your signatories, are your friends. So it would be too obvious. You have to throw that red herring in there. And then also at the end, the bottom of the list, he wants to put me on the bottom, obviously, but that just would be too obvious. It'd reveal like the purpose of the list is just to dump on me because he's, I'm his critic and he's calling me a mushrik. So he puts Shabir Ali there. Shabir Ali, like, what is his shirk? Okay, because you call me a mushrik, is Shabir Ali a mushrik? Actually, my Aqida might be worse than Shabir Ali. You might have to put me on the bottom there. So just to throw people off with these red herrings. But otherwise, it's very clear what the list is about. And he explicitly said that he ranks Ali Dawah above Mohammed Hijab because Ali Dawah took a stance against, took a public stance, referring to the video that he made against me. So this is like such a obvious stunt, and it's backfired so brilliantly. Then look at this. Like, you think that this is just speculation, Daniel. You don't know like what was actually his intention, and you're just speculating this this idea that the whole purpose of the tier list is about the Wahhabi letter. Okay, well, look at this.
And the saddest thing that he's done, right? He did this big hoo-ha about Daniel Haqiqatjou, saying everyone should disassociate with him. He's saying this, he's saying that, and everyone signed this letter. And he came to me with this letter, and I was like, I don't do drama, mate. I don't get involved in drama. I don't start disassociation in this way. I made it clear I don't. And the sad thing is that even if there was some merit to what he did with regards to that, the way he's spoken about all the other Duat, the way he spoke about Ahmed Deedat, Zakir Naik, the way he spoke about Muslim Lantern, Mohammed Hijab, and all these guys, everyone's going to question his opinion now. Wait a minute. Okay, you said Daniel Haqiqatjou, okay, all right. But now you're saying Muslim Lantern, now you're saying Mohammed Hijab, and then you're like, wait a minute, no one's going to listen to you, mate. So you've truly now undermined your own position. Yeah, you truly undermine your own position. So now no one will care about your opinion. I think Hamza is this. Yeah, well, you think Mohammed Hijab is this. You think Muslim Lantern is this. Well, your opinion means nothing, mate.
Yeah, your opinion means nothing. So he reveals the fact that Jake and Fareed and Adnan are going behind the scenes and they're demanding these other du'at sign the letter against me to publish, to condemn Daniel. And a lot of them are just refusing. They're just refusing, no, for whatever reason. For whatever reason, they don't want to be a part of that. And that they can't stand it. Like the Wahhabis can't stand it because this is defying their authority. They are the gatekeepers of what is correct Aqida. They're the ones who are the authorities on who is a Muslim and who is not. Who is a Muslim and who is a kafir mushrik. They're the authorities on that. And how dare you not care what we say and what we think about who is a Muslim and who is a mushrik? Like, isn't that what Jake said directly to Hamza's face? Like, why don't you care? Why don't you care what we say? The subtext of Jake's statement to Hamza is that I am the authority. We are the authorities of who is a Muslim and who is not. And you should care. You should care what we have to say. And the fact that you don't is evidence enough of your deviance. Is evidence enough that you are not on the correct manhaj. You don't have the correct Aqida. So they're outraged. They're completely outraged by the fact, and it's not just Jake. Okay, the thing is that Jake is like a sacrificial lamb at this point, except, you know, he's not so lamb-like, more like a sacrificial worm. Like these Wahhabis like basically threw him under the bus because he went out on a limb, and now they're nowhere to be found. They're not defending him. They're not coming out and saying that, yeah, Jake is right and people should stop criticizing him, because they probably were shocked themselves by the blowback. They were shocked themselves by the level of backlash. Maybe if the few of them who have like a double-digit IQ realize that this is a bad idea, but they probably didn't anticipate the level of backlash, and they probably didn't anticipate the level that Jake would double down and start insulting people. Jake went off the plantation, so now they're just like distancing themselves and saying, I'm not gonna stick my neck out for Jake and start backing him up. They've abandoned him. They've actually abandoned him publicly. You don't see Fareed coming out and saying, yeah, I am A tier. I am A tier, way above Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik. We don't see Fareed coming out and backing up Jake or anything of that nature. And then like barely, and Adnan is not even talking about the tier list. He's just he continues to attack me and say, oh, you're a Rafidi, you're doing taqiyya, all the same nonsense. The guy is retarded. Like, what can I say? He can't even think of a new argument or a new point to bring up. So where are the Wahhabis? Where is the support for Jake? It's not to be found. It's not to be found, and this is a disaster for their whole project. Because if you think about like what the tier list is meant to do, like it's a microcosm of the entire Wahhabi project of controlling Dawah. They want to be able to control the Dawah, and they want to tier people up and down so that you stop following the lower tiers. You want to stop people following the lower tier du'at, the Ahmed Deedats, the Zakir Naiks. They're outdated. They're irrelevant. Stop following Muslim Lantern. Stop following Uthman ibn Farooq. Stop following Mohammed Hijab. Obviously, stop following Daniel. Obviously, stop following Smile to Jannah. Stop following these people. Instead, follow the high tier. They're the revolutionaries. They have the cream of the crop, the cutting edge arguments, the Bassam Zawadi, the what's his face, Fareed, the Mansour. Like, these are the top. What it means is these are the most compliant slaves. Like, they're the most compliant slaves for Wahhabis, they're going to be the most compliant, especially not getting into politics and criticizing these regimes. Like, they're the ones that you can really trust. That's why they're at the top. That's all this is an attempt to control the dawah and position yourself as an authority on aqida and argumentation and eloquence and debate. And Jake is like positioned in a good position to do that because he actually does debates. Okay, unlike some of these other madkhali retards who don't do any debates, have literally zero experience with any kind of formal debate. Like, can you imagine Shamsi like standing behind a podium and trying to speak in a formal debate? Like, can you even try to imagine that? Like, it's just laughable in its concept. So these madkhalis, they want to denounce Mohammed Hijab and Daniel and other debaters, other Muslim debaters, but they don't have the background. They don't have the debate credentials to discredit us on that level of debate. But Jake, he has some background in debate. He has some higher profile debates, right? Okay, so this is our guy. This is our guy who can come and not, because when it's just Shamsi and Rabbi Faris and they say, yeah, these guys are bad because they have the wrong Aqida, and everyone now knows that when Rabbi Faris says you have the wrong Aqida, it just means that you're a critic of the UAE and MBZ, like that's what it means, or you're a critic of Saudi monarchy, that's what it means. So no one takes that seriously anymore when those madkhalis say that these people are downgraded or they're deviant or their debates are worthless. No one takes that opinion seriously anymore. But if you have someone coming and giving that plausible deniability that he's not maybe a hardcore card-carrying madkhali like Rabbi Faris and Wajdi or Shamsi or whoever, or Sajid, he's giving that plausible deniability, and he has some background in debate, okay, we'll have him downgrade all of these debaters, downgrade all of these du'at, give them C tier, D tier, F tier, because they're not doing what we want them to do. They're not signing the letters like we want them to do. They're not obeying our commands. They're not acknowledging our authority over them. Okay, we're going to tell people stop following, stop listening to, stop watching, unsubscribe. We're going to actively work to decrease their influence. That's the game. That's the entire game. So that is the point of this tier list. And then the final point that I'll make is you have a lot of Muslims now that they're waking up to the game that Jake is playing and that the Wahhabis are playing. They're saying, looks like Jake is an agent. Is Jake actually an agent? That he's trying to cause a civil war. It's interesting, that people are pointing this out. And I made this point that Jake is a consistent Wahhabi. The fact that he's consistent means that he's now, like, he was dedicated solely to Aqida checking me, for example, or like a select group of Ash'aris. But now he's expanding that. Now he's giving an Aqida check to all of these du'at. He's going to Hamza's den and he's saying, I don't know if you're a Muslim or not. I have to investigate. Now he's expanding. He's being a consistent Wahhabi, consistently looking at the Aqida of everyone, making sure that they're not shirk apologists, that they're not Ikhwanis. And now people realize that. That's crazy. Are you a crazy person? Because either you're absolutely insane or you're an agent. But there's a third option. He's just a consistent Wahhabi. Like, this is what Wahhabism actually is. And it's hard to distinguish the agent from the Wahhabi because their behaviors are exactly the same. Just like an agent is going to try to create internal civil war, the Wahhabis create internal civil war. That's just what the manhaj, the Khariji ideology, is meant to do. And actually has been doing for the past 250, 300 years. So it's not a coincidence. And the thing is that these Wahhabis have to do taqiyya. Like Jake has been doing taqiyya all this time. He didn't outright call me a mushrik. He just hinted at it. And he didn't outright go after Mohammed Hijab in the same way, or Uthman ibn Farooq, or Muslim Lantern, or Orthodox, whoever. He wasn't doing that. right? Because he was doing taqiyya. But actually, behind the scenes, that's how he felt. But now he's being consistent. Now he's doing the manhaj checking, the aqida checking. And then people see, this is crazy. Like, you are a crazy person. And that's why all these other Wahhabis, like Fareed, like Adnan, like they have to do taqiyya. Because if they applied the same standards that they apply to me more broadly, then everyone would know that this is insane. This is the ideology of the Khawarij. So my point is that being inconsistent is a necessary feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature of Wahhabism. Because if Wahhabis were honest about their manhaj checking and their so-called Aqida purity, if they were honest about that, then they would have to declare 99% of the Ummah as mushriks or shirk apologists. Like, that's the only option. And then people will know that, okay, these people are absolutely crazy. These people are absolutely insane. So that is the final point that I wanted to make. And I want to show you the quotes from Ibn Abdul Wahhab so that you will not think that I'm just exaggerating and saying that this is Wahhabism. Let me show you. Okay. So let's go to the first quote. It's on page 24. So if you want these quotes, just go to the Wahhabism documentary. Okay, so this is what Ibn Abdul Wahhab says about the excuse for ignorance. As for the fundamentals of the religion which Allah has clarified and made firm in his book, Allah's proof is the Quran. Whoever the Quran reaches, the proof has reached him. However, the root of the confusion lies in your failure to distinguish between the establishment of the proof and the understanding of the proof. Most disbelievers and hypocrites among the Muslims, okay? So these are disbelievers, kuffar, among the Muslims, okay? Someone like potentially Hamza, right? That Jake is saying. We don't know if he's a Muslim. Have not understood Allah's proof, even though it has been established for them, as Allah says. Or do you think that most of them hear or understand? They are like cattle, or rather they're even more astray in their way. The establishment of the proof is one matter, and its reaching someone is another matter. It has been established for them, but their understanding of it is a separate matter. Their disbelief occurs due to the proof reaching them, even if they do not understand it. So these are Muslims, so-called Muslims, that they have the Quran, they call themselves Muslims, they recite the Quran, they pray and they fast, and they even do Dawah and they debate Christians. But they're actually disbelievers, even though the Quran has reached them, because they have not understood it. They have not actually understood Tawheed and La ilaha illallah, because they don't know what I know, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. That's why Jake has to investigate, and he has to ask questions of Hamza, the same as he tried to do with me. He has to ask him certain questions to make sure that his Tawheed is actually real Tawheed, not fake Tawheed, not actual kufr that he's mistaking for Tawheed. This is coming straight from Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. And this is what Bin Baz said. Okay, Bin Baz, one of the major Wahhabi scholars of the 20th century. Question: many lay people fall into the significant violations of Tawheed. What is the ruling concerning them? Are they excused due to ignorance? What is the ruling on marrying them, eating their meat, and allowing them to enter Mecca? Answer from Bin Baz: whoever is known to call upon the dead, seek their assistance, make vows to them, or engage in similar acts of worship directed towards other than Allah is a mushrik and a kafir. Such individuals cannot be married, are not permitted to enter the sacred mosque, and are not treated as Muslims. This ruling applies even if they claim ignorance. Even if they claim ignorance until they repent to Allah. So again, this is emphasizing. It doesn't matter if they're ignorant. It doesn't matter if they're ignorant. It doesn't matter if they don't know, they haven't studied. They're still kuffar. They're still disbelievers. They're mushriks. And that's what has to be investigated. This is what Jake is trying to investigate. Like, what do you think? And it's not just like with Hamza, it's not, or with me. It's not that I call on the dead, or Hamza calls on the dead, or anyone else, okay, or seeks their assistance, or whatever, okay? But do you consider that to be shirk? Do you consider that to be shirk akbar? Even if you don't do it. And if you don't consider it shirk akbar in the way that we do, then you are a mushrik. Isn't that the basis of his takfir of me? Isn't that the basis of his investigations on me? Okay, so that's from Bin Baz. Okay, now another quote from Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Chain takfir. Whoever calls upon saints or intermediaries, asks for intercession, or relies on them has committed disbelief by consensus, not declaring polytheists as disbelievers, doubting their disbelief, or validating their disbeliefs. Such a person has committed disbelief by consensus. So if you don't go and condemn these different Sunni groups or the different schools of Sunni Islam, you don't go and condemn these practices, even if you don't practice it yourself, you are a mushrik kafir. You are a mushrik kafir. This is what Ibn Abdul Wahhab says. This is the chain takfir principle. Then he also says, so reflect, O slaves of Allah, on what Allah has mentioned about the disbelievers. They acknowledge all of this for Allah alone, without any partners. Their polytheism only lay in the fact that they called upon the dead prophets and righteous, made them their representatives, made vows to them, and relied upon them, seeking from them nearness to Allah, as Allah says about them. And those who take protectors besides Him, we only worship them that they may bring us nearer to Allah. If you understand this, then those false deities in whom people place their beliefs, whether from the people of Al-Kharj or elsewhere, are well known both publicly and privately for such practices. They're chosen for this and they order the people to do it. All of them are disbelievers and apostates. Whoever argues in their defense or criticizes those who declare them disbelievers or claims that their actions, even if invalid, do not constitute disbelief, then the least that can be said about such people is that they are sinners whose testimony and writings are not accepted and should not be preyed upon. In fact, prayed behind. In fact, one's Islam is not valid except by disassociating from these people and declaring them disbelievers. So there you go. Like, there's no excuse for not doing mass takfir. And if you don't do mass takfir, then you are a kafir yourself. You are a disbeliever. You have to declare that they are disbelievers, and if you don't, then you are a kafir yourself. This is the chain takfir principle. This is what Jake is applying. This is what Fareed believes. This is what Adnan believes. This is what they have defended. This is what ISIS believes. This is why ISIS commits acts of terrorism against Muslims. They do acts of terrorism against Muslims because they judge those Muslims to actually be kafir. For the same reason that Jake has to investigate Hamza. Jake doesn't know if Hamza is a Muslim or not. And Hamza has to prove that. And the fact that Hamza refused to be tested, okay, according to Ibn Abdul Wahhab, that means Hamza is a kafir. He did not declare the disbelievers as disbelievers. And he didn't sign the letter either. He's not declaring the disbelievers as disbelievers. He's not declaring the shirk apologists as shirk apologists. That makes him a kafir, according to the standards of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. And that's the basis on which ISIS goes and commits terrorism against all these Muslims. The main victim of ISIS are Muslims because they've declared that they're murtads. They don't have the correct tawheed because they haven't done takfir of who they have to do takfir of, according to Wahhabism. That's the takfir standard that Jake has. And you saw it in high definition, okay, on the stream being applied to Hamza. Are you getting it now? I've been telling you this for how long? We had an entire 3-hour documentary laying all of this out. Are you starting to get it? Are you starting to put the pieces together? Okay? This is the ideology of Wahhabism. The foundation of Islam and its principles are 2 commands. The first is the command to worship God alone without partner, to agitate for this, to show loyalty for the sake of it, and to pronounce takfir on those who do not practice it. So the foundation of Islam is to pronounce takfir, okay, according to Ibn Abdul Wahhab. The second is to warn against the association of others being in the worship of God, to be harsh in this, to show enmity for the sake of it, and to pronounce takfir on those who practice it. These are the foundations of Islam. So there's two commands in Islam, and both of them involve takfir. You might have thought that to become a Muslim, you have to just have the shahada. Say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. That's what required to be a Muslim. That you thought that's the main part of being a Muslim and the main aspect of Tawheed. But Ibn Abdul Wahhab comes along and says, no. Actually, you have to do takfir. That's actually central to being a Muslim. And that if you don't do it, if you refrain from doing it, then that means you are a kafir yourself. He also says, if you're asked, what is your religion? Say, my religion is Islam. Its foundation and basis are two things. The foundations. The first is to command to worship Allah alone with no partner. And then to takfir whoever abandons it, and the warning against polytheism in the worship of Allah, and severity in that, and enmity in that, and takfir of whoever does it. Okay? So takfir is no one has said this before in the history of Islam, that takfir is the basis for Islam. Like the foundation of Islam is takfir. So are you starting to understand now? Okay, guys, so that's my presentation. It's 3 hours now. So I want to get to your super chats. So let me know what you think. So here is what Jake is tweeting. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have a confession to make. My recent video ranking Duat and my recent comments regarding some Duat was intended to get clout and gain popularity. I did this while knowing that most of their viewers would be upset and wouldn't like this. I'm smart. So this is like a joke to Jake. Like, he thinks it's a joke. He thinks like if he makes light of it, like that somehow makes it better. Like... And then then he says, the fact that many people cannot recognize the sarcasm is astonishing. Yeah, we recognize the sarcasm. It shows how tone deaf you are. Like how you're not reading the room. This is not the time to joke about this. It's too soon, Jake. Too soon. Like you're still... Anyway. So let's look at your super chats. All right, I see some super chats that are going to say that Jake got destroyed in this debate or that debate. I'm not going to show those super chats because, like I said, I'm not here to give ammo to these kuffar. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Like he got destroyed in certain debates. That's no doubt about it. Why did the screen... Sorry, I don't know why the screen is not showing the full chat. Okay. Waleed says, bro, I feel you incorrectly get the image of being too extreme and not getting along with other famous Muslims. Please try to dismiss this by collabing more. Okay, inshallah, I'll try to collaborate more. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. Like, I'm the nicest guy. Like, let's be honest. Like, I'm the nicest guy. I try to treat everyone with respect. I try to be like when I criticize people, you think I want to do that? You think I want to like go and face an onslaught of backlash from their supporters? Like, you think that's fun? You think that that's something that I want to do just for kicks? Like, it's because of like they're doing unbelievably damaging things. Like and maybe you're not like, I don't know, if you're like a Muslim on the other side of the world and you just have seen like one lecture by Yasser Qadi or Omar Suleiman that made you feel like bubbly and happy inside and gave you an iman boost, and then you see this mean old Daniel like slamming these figures, and you think like, wow, this guy is extreme. Like, he's basically like the Wahhabis. Like, okay, I get it. Like, you just don't have enough information. But when you're in the US, when you're in the United States, and you see the Muslim community being devastated by feminism and liberalism, and for a while there, LGBT, like absolute destruction of so many families, and it's like a reality in the masjid, like in the masajid, like a gender separation being completely dissolved by the teachings and the practices of these figures, then you're not actually viscerally seeing the damage in the same way. Like, that, it hasn't reached you yet. Like, I'm in the center of it. Like, I'm in the belly of the beast here. And so my reaction is on the basis of that. Like, my slamming these figures and warning against them is on the basis of that. And yeah, so that gives me this reputation of being similar to the Wahhabis. But no, the Wahhabis are antagonizing people and Aqida checking them on issues that no one even knows about. Like, no one, like the average Muslim hasn't even heard about. Why is this not displaying correctly? Philly says, bro, holes in your brain from MS, multiple sclerosis, horrible drug side effects can cause emotional outbursts, schizophrenia, and delusions. For someone close to me, it didn't become clear until after their death. Wish we approached it differently. Yeah, so people are trying to excuse Jake's behavior because he has this neurological disease, multiple sclerosis. And yes, it does cause emotional outbursts. It causes like emotional regulation problems. But the point that I made is that it doesn't make you into a narcissist. It doesn't make you into a takfiri. It doesn't make you start like, I don't know someone suffering from multiple sclerosis that has takfired me personally or anyone else. Like, that's not a known symptom of multiple sclerosis. Like, MS doesn't cause that. MS doesn't make you think that you're a revolutionary that has like outshined all of these other people. Like, that's not what MS does to you. So this is a new diagnosis. So I think we need to, like, this is also insulting to the people who do have MS. This is insulting to the people who are suffering also from this disease, like pinning Jake's horrendous behavior and narcissism and pinning it on MS. Like, this is not fair to them either, by the way. So yeah, I'm sympathetic. The guy has a neurological disease. He's dealing with that, and that's unfortunate. I raised money for him. I tried to raise money for him and tried to help him out in multiple different ways, some of them public, some of them not public. And I hope he gets better, but it doesn't cause this kind of behavior. Like, that's not excusable. And he himself wouldn't want to like be like, he doesn't want his behavior chalked up to his to MS either, by the way. So let's be honest and fair about what's happening here. It's Wahhabism. The disease is not MS. The disease is Wahhabism. Like, that's what he's suffering from. That's what has to be excised. That's what has to be thrown in the trash. Like, it's not MS that's the disease that's infecting him and debilitating him. It's Wahhabism. Like, let's get that very clear. Dawah Trucker says, in fact, Muslims were warning him that this video of his will have consequences, and why did he do this type of video? Muslims were very disappointed and upset at him. I was sickened by his criticism. Yeah, it is sickening. Like, it's shocking. Muslim Hashira says, the community needs to stand up against this type of bullying. These guys are being more harsh towards you than they are towards the real enemies of Islam. That's what Wahhabism does. Like, that's what Wahhabism naturally leads to, is that you're going to be more harsh with the Muslims than with actual enemies of Islam. And this has historically proven itself over and over and over and over again. And the Ummah just forgets, and these Wahhabis take more of a foothold. They kind of do some rebranding, and then they reemerge. The Khawarij, like the Prophet ﷺ was warning about the Khawarij because he knew that this is a recurring problem. Like, this is something that is going to continue to crop up and have different iterations throughout the history of Islam till the end of time. The Prophet ﷺ knew about it, and that's why he warned about it. And he gave us all the indications and all the signs of who these people are. And the signs match the Wahhabis perfectly, exactly, so that there's literally no doubt that they're Khawarij. Mortimer says, granted that control over all atoms of the universe won't be shirk in rububiyyah without independence. What about shirk in sifat? Isn't this power unique to Allah, similar to being all-powerful? So if you're referring to the discussion that I had with Sheikh Harun and Sheikh Yasser, I mean, from their perspective, they would say that if you are just controlling the universe, then that's not the same as Allah's power. Allah's power is infinite. The universe is a finite thing. It's a created thing. It's a dependent thing. So if you can only control that, then that is not equivalent. That's not the same type of independent power that Allah has. So it wouldn't be shirk. That's what they would argue. That's their perspective. Last word says, we need to remind Wahhabis that we are many and they are few. I'm tired of the majority being bullied and pushed around by these arrogant people. Agree. 100% cosign. They have to be shut down. Like, that's just a fact. Like, these, like, no more tolerating people like Jake or people like Fareed or people like Adnan. Like, no more tolerating this manhaj checking, this you're a shirk apologist, but I'm never going to debate you or talk to you in public. Like, none of this. This is just bullying tactics that they want to use to control the dawah. And we have to tell them no, like, enough is enough. And hopefully people have now reached that tipping point where they are going to not tolerate it, inshallah. Because you can see, like, the damage. Like, this is, look at how much damage they're causing to the dawah itself. They're giving all this ammo to the kuffar, to the Christians, and they're causing infighting. Look at the confusion that's being caused by them when they're saying that, oh yeah, he's not right on Aqida. How many, he said all these people don't have the right Aqida. So imagine, you're a fan of Muslim Lantern, or you're a fan of Uthman ibn Farooq or Mohammed Hijab, and he's saying, yeah, they have problems in their Aqida. And that's how the average Muslim thinks. Like, the average Muslim, the way that they kind of determine, like, what they want to listen to and what they want to follow is not because they have done an independent evaluation of the Aqida or the beliefs of these different individuals or these different speakers, and they, like, have the actual training to know, like, what is a problem or what is not a problem. That's not how they know that. They, as sincere Muslims, they just want to follow the truth, and they want to follow a good Islamic figure who's going to uphold the Quran and Sunnah. But their understanding of who to follow is very much shaped by what other people say. So if someone else that looks like he has some knowledge and he's, like, posing in front of Arabic books in the background, oh, all these volumes of Arabic books in the back of my studio, and I'm sitting there with my thobe, and I'm saying, oh, he has a problem in his Aqida. Okay, that causes problems. Like, that causes doubts. And people start thinking, like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't be listening to this person, or maybe I shouldn't be following this person. And what is the source of this doubt, or what is the source of this like lack in correct Aqida? It's like some tertiary issue debated from 500, 700 years ago, and it's just something that the Wahhabis disagree with, so that now they're questioning people's Aqida and calling you an Ikhwani. Like, see how damaging that is. Like, it's extremely problematic. Dawah Trucker says, talking about the Duat in the list that somehow agreed to condemn and disassociate from you in whatever points they disagree with you, but now he has picked them apart and loaded them so low and exclude himself from the list. True. Ahmad says, oh, Ahmad is the friendly neighborhood Wahhabi. he loves to ask me questions as the friendly neighborhood. He's a Wahhabi who's a fan of MuslimSkeptic, I guess. I guess I'm a shirk apologist, but sometimes you gotta, watch the shirk apologist on MuslimSkeptic. So he says, Muslim Lantern is S tier when it comes to how to deal with fellow brothers attacking him. I wish you and the rest of the Duat reach that one day. Okay. Inshallah. Ridwana says, Nigeria was peaceful for the most part before the Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab brand of Islam was imported into the country. Inshallah, it'll be eliminated in our lifetime. Inshallah. That is true. I mean, the comment about, other du'at who just if you get attacked, you just say nothing. That's no problem with that. Like, people have more important things to do. Like, I'm sure Muslim Lantern, okay, he has more important things to do. Mashallah. Any of these guys on the list, they have more important things to do than be worried about what some postman in like pretending, like playing dress up in front of some volumes of Islamic knowledge, some books in the back. They have more important things to do than care what this idiot has to say about them. So I agree. Like, that is a good approach. My approach, like, don't get it twisted. Like, don't get confused. Like, I'm not responding to Jake in that sense. My target is not Jake. Like, I didn't make a 3.5 hour documentary about Jake. I made a 3.5 hour documentary about Wahhabism. My problem is Wahhabism, and that's what needs to be destroyed. Like, I really couldn't care about Jake any less, and he, in the grand scheme of things, is insignificant. What is significant is this ideology that comes and destroys Islamic unity. It causes civil war. It causes infighting. It causes takfir, mass takfir. That is my concern, and that needs to be addressed. That is what needs to be addressed. We can't just sit back and ignore that. So I don't expect all the du'at to get involved and to start refuting Wahhabism, because maybe they actually don't agree that Wahhabism needs to be refuted. Whatever. I haven't asked. Like, I don't care. But my intention and what I try to do is I see this major problem that's actually causing destruction of Muslims around us. Like, when Israel, you saw, go back and watch Sheikh Yasser talk in that interview, and when he's being interrogated by the IDF soldier, and the IDF soldier is saying that the biggest problem for us is if Muslims unite, because that's what they need. They need civil war and disunity so they can actually genocide Muslims and take over and control the Muslim world. Continue to do so. Continue to control the Muslim world. I don't want to see that continue. I don't want to see that for the future, for the next generation, for my children. I want to see pan-Islamic unity. I want to see a change. I want to see us to break out of this cycle of domination. That's what I want to see. That's my vision. That's what I hope for. And I want to be a small part of that. I want to work towards that. And I invite you to be a part of that. I invite you to also make a difference, to also speak out against Wahhabism, to also call for pan-Islamic unity. That's what I'm trying to inspire you to do. That's what I want you to see, that is ultimately the bigger goal in order to reach a stage where we can be sovereign, that Muslims can have a khilafah, that Muslims can be independent and not be genocided and decimated and occupied at the will of these enemies. That's what I want, and that requires pan-Islamic unity. We cannot achieve this tawfiq if we're just constantly at each other's necks and constantly trying to nitpick these secondary and tertiary Aqida points and relitigate debates from 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago, we are not going to be able to succeed. That is guaranteed. And I gave you the proofs of this from the Quran and the Sunnah. Being able to unite on the basis of us as Muslims, that is what is required for tawfiq. And that's what I want to get across to you. So that's the bigger picture. It's not about going back and forth with some loser, with some like narcissist. Who cares? Who cares? And the only reason that I do this stream, okay, is to show you, like to give you, because if I just speak theoretically and I'm giving like this theoretical presentation on the dangers of Wahhabism, it's not real to you. But when I show you and I analyze for you Jake talking about Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik, and I show you him trying to interrogate Hamza's den, that's more real to some people. Like that's going to get the message across more effectively. Egoni says, please invite the Muslim Lantern on your channel and speak about the issues that has been going on lately. That would be interesting and to learn. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to Muslim Lantern. Please, brother, let's have a good discussion. I'd love that. He's welcome at any time to come to discuss these issues or to talk in any venue. I'm happy to do that. Dawah Trucker says, the moment Jake did the video ranking Christian apologists, I knew a video about the Duat in the list, including you, and he will have the worst criticism about you. Yeah, it's not, it's interesting how the Wahhabi mind works. Muluki says, brother, don't you think this episode is actually amplifying what Jake is saying so that it reaches more people? Yeah, maybe. It amplifies his idiocy. It amplifies the idiocy of Wahhabism, and it shows people the cancer that this is. So the net positive is way more. The net positive is way more than the net negative of giving this clown exposure. Muslim Man says, I think a huge thing was part of his rankings was metaphysics, which lowered a lot of the OGs. My opinion, at least, like, I think my analysis is more correct. Like, what metaphysics? Like, is Farid like a master of metaphysics? That's like the second greatest apologist of all time. Farid is like so powerful in terms of metaphysics. Or Bassam Zawadi for that matter, or Mansour. Oh, the greatest metaphysical mind, the metaphysician of our time, other than Jake himself, is Mansour of Speaker's Corner. Yeah. Dawah Trucker says, in fact, it was Sheikh Ahmed Deedat and then Zakir Naik, the ones who revolutionized the Dawah, and many Duat in UK and America followed and learned from them. True. Correct. Adil Mullah says, Salam, Brother Daniel. Walaikum salam. Can you check my next comment in the chat because it's quite long and I'm not able to fit it in one super chat? I thank you and your team for doing such great work for all those years. I don't know when you made this comment, so it'd be hard to track down. Just wait until I get through the super chats and then repost it if you're still around. Muslim Boogeyman, how's it going, bro? MBZ is S tier. Yeah, that's for sure. Him and Rabbi Ferris. Netanyahu is S tier. True. Did you see Jake call with Brother Hamza from Hamza's den? He literally gave him Aqida check while Brother Hamza just wanted to know why his arguments are bad. According to Jake, it was painful to watch. Yeah, exactly. Halal Zoomer, how's it going, bro? Daniel has been completely vindicated. I think so. I think I've been vindicated. Everything that I've been telling you about Wahhabism, like, how vindicated am I? Like, any lies detected about these people? Like, I've just brought it out for you. Like, I've just exposed it. because of how insane they are. Like, and that's what is required. Like, you have to just continue to say to them no. You just have to continue to defy them, because when you defy them, they are so out of touch and they're so insane that they will escalate. So they start by saying, oh, you have some wrong beliefs, and then they want you to fold at that point. They want you to fold and get in line. But if you're defiant and you say, no, actually my beliefs are just fine, you're the one who's wrong, then they escalate and they say, okay, actually you have some kufr beliefs and some shirk beliefs. Then you have some, you're actually upon kufr. You're upon kufr. Actually, you're a shirk apologist. Actually, you're a shirk advocate. Actually, you're a shirk promoter. And now, actually, you're a mushrik. You're a mushrik. So they escalate, and then they start like making video after video after video. That doesn't work. Okay, we have to have these signed letters. We have to put these letters and get these global Dawah personalities to sign it. They have to keep escalating, because, and that shows how crazy they are. But for that to happen, you have to keep saying no to them. You have to say, actually, no, you're the one who's wrong. No, I'm Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. I'm following the opinion of the scholars and the ulama of our history. You're not. You're following this deviant takfiri khariji sect. Like, that's what's required. So, like, very reasonably, many people who get attacked by Wahhabis, they don't want to deal with this headache. They don't want to deal with this nonstop war from these retards. Like, it's like a retard horde of Wahhabis that are constantly in your comment sections, constantly calling you mushrik, attacking your family, doxing you. I've been doxed, okay, multiple times by these Wahhabis. They try to hack my website. They try to hack my life. Okay, this is how insane they are. Like, they have no limits because they think that you're a mushrik murtad. So anything up to and including killing you is justified in their eyes. So it's nonstop. And a lot of people, they just don't want to deal with this. They just don't want to deal with this headache. And that's why they quickly, like, they say, okay, whatever. Like, I'll just tip my hat to Ibn Abdul Wahhab, or I'll tip my hat to your Salafi Dawah or whatever. But enough is enough. Like, this is what, alhamdulillah, a lot of you in the comments are saying, like, enough is enough. We're done with this bullying. Okay, so that's my advice to people, is that don't fold. Like, don't bend the knee. Don't back down. These people have nothing. They want to give themselves the airs of being superior in terms of Aqida and knowledge, and oh, they're so righteous. It's all a facade. Like, these people are actually bums. They're actually intellectually inferior in every single way. Like, they don't have the kinds of scholarly credentials or knowledge to back up their accusations of shirk. And this is with Ibn Abdul Wahhab himself. Like, the founder of their ideology, he also was a bum. He was an ignoramus and avoided debate, ran away from debate. And that's why I'm collaborating. I'm bringing on these scholarly individuals like Sheikh Harun Kenj, Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, so that you can see the difference. Like, I'm talking to these shuyukh, I'm talking to these knowledgeable imams and scholars who actually have trained, who actually do know Arabic, that they do know these texts and can make these citations. That's who I'm bringing to validate what I'm claiming in my positions. What are they bringing? It's just a bunch of YouTubers. It's just literally a postal worker, like some Uber driver, some kind of UAE stooge. Like, this is what they have. Like, nothing. It's like nothing comparable. Money account says, Brother Jake is the best. He's not like you people who follow anyone popular. I'm willing to waste money saying that. Yeah. Oh, man. I hope what was funny is that a lot of Jake's hardcore, like, ride or die fans, okay, who have been supporting him through thick and thin for years. And there are some of the worst kind of rabid dogs, like, barking at me for over the past 2 years. And they, like, had just very slight criticism of the whole tier list. And Jake blocked them. Jake blocks them on Twitter. So funny. Like, oh, wow. You're basically twerking for Jake all this time, and then he throws you in the trash. Like, he throws you in the trash. So that's something that money account, like, if you want to see, like, if Jake is gonna reciprocate your loyalty, like, you actually are giving him or paying money to defend him on this stream, test if he actually reciprocates any of that, and give him like a very slight criticism. See if he blocks you or not. Or if he says, thank you, you know, I value your opinion, thank you. Like, just, I'm not even saying like be mean about it. Just make like a very neutral comment that could be seen as critical. See if you get blocked or not. Like, test test that. I'd be interested to know what happens. AWD Gary says, you tagging Jake along to that Patrick Starve David debate was the worst thing for his nefs. Dude really went off the rails directly after that. Yeah, bringing Jake along to Patrick bet David. Hindsight is 2020. What can I say? Hindsight is 2020. And what can you do? Hey, Echo after Echo. How are you doing, bro? Guy thinks he's a gangster, but really he's a snackster. Also, Jake and his buddies, the only Muslims in this day and age. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he's the only one with the correct Aqida. Vazme says, Alhamdulillah for Daniel exposing Wahhabis. I was Salafi before. Now I'm studying the madhahib and used to hate all Sufis. Now I've begun to respect and even study tasawwuf. Glad to hear it, bro. That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear, is a return to tradition, a return to the madhahib, a return to the Islamic scholarly tradition, and tasawwuf. Like, tasawwuf is so critical. And as I've said before, like, I'm an aspiring Sufi. That's right. I'm an aspiring. I wish I could be a Sufi. I wish I could purify my heart and rid myself of these diseases of the heart. Muslim Boogeyman says, Rabbi Ferris transcends the list. Like, he's not even on the same, ethereal plane. He's not on the same plane of existence. Rabbi Ferris is like, imagine a tier list is like 2D. Rabbi Ferris is 3D. He's like in a different dimension. Like, he's transcending in a different dimension of reality. Draxi says, what's wrong with recycling arguments if they work? Yeah, that's a good point. What's wrong with recycling arguments if they work? Also, by the way, like, isn't the whole like Salafi approach, quote unquote, Wahhabi approach, that you should only do dawah with the Quran and Sunnah? Think about this contradiction that just occurred to me. Like, isn't it supposed to be dawah on the basis of Quran and Sunnah? So what's all this about being unique and original and bringing new arguments and being revolutionary? Like, doesn't that contradict the entire Wahhabi approach to dawah? Only using Quran and Sunnah. Only using Quran and Sunnah. Isn't that what all these people say? All these Wahhabis who are criticizing the debates, they say that, no, you have to stick to Quran and Sunnah. So what's the revolutionary arguments? Like, you're trying to be more revolutionary than the Quran? Like, you're trying to be more unique than what has come in the Quran and Sunnah? Isn't that a contradiction? Maher Gatur says, or Maher Gator says, he's comically foolish, and I wonder who takes him seriously. All his colleagues seem to reflect that demeanor. Yeah, they just have like an iota more sense than he does. And he probably thinks that that's because he's just more honest than his colleagues and more brave. And it's true, he is more consistent and he is more brave. Brave, just like fools are brave. Like, foolish people are brave. They just jump in front of the bus. Yesheikha says, yeah, Sheikha, okay. A lot of Muslims grew up with Ahmed Deedat. Rahimahullah, his debates empowered us in the West, making him bottom of B after Hashim. Makes no sense. Jake is cringe. Lord Meislin says, after surviving being knifed, decided to look at Islam I was born Muslim after years of searching for truth elsewhere. Muslim content on YouTube, like debate, Speaker's Corner, changed me from vague belief in the idea of God to Muslim. Yeah, alhamdulillah, good to hear it, bro. That's the power of debate. Zach says, do you still work on Al-Asna Institute? Yes, I do, but I need to be more active. So inshallah, this year there's going to be more, inshallah, activity. Make dua for me that we can put out a lot more good courses, inshallah, for Al-Asna Institute. Sammy says, Ali Dawah needs to take goy maxing more seriously. Yeah, maybe. Manual or automatic? I know how to drive manual. That's what how I learned how to drive, is using manual. But I drive. They don't really make manuals anymore. Manual cars, manual transmission. You have to pay like more money. Like cars that are manual transmission are more expensive now than automatic transmission. Ahmad says, let's be fair, I think you would also concede that the older Duat used a lot of liberal points to argue for Islam. Those are definitely outdated. I don't know like what liberal arguments Ahmed Deedat or Zakir Naik were using. So when they're debating Christians, I don't know. Sammy says, you know the Mohammed Hijab meme, you make me sick. Yeah, bro has a lot of good memes. Mr. Islam Dean says, you should have a private convo with Libiano and maybe a collab in the future. Jazakallah khair for the eye-opening material. Again, I'm happy to collab with anyone. This very happy to collaborate with Muslims who are on the front lines. They're debating and doing dawah. That's always been my approach, like an open door policy. And that's why the Wahhabis have a problem. Like I was the original Ikhwani. That's the problem that they have, is that I have an open door policy and I want to work with and build bridges with the Salafis, with the Sufis, with the Deobandis, with the Ash'aris, with the Maturidis, with all of these groups. Like that's what I want. Like with Hizb ut-Tahrir, with the Tablighis, like with all these groups. That's my problem. That's why they have a problem with me. Faisal says, isn't saying someone is Ikhwan means indirectly he is the T word too? Jake is really going crazy. Like a terrorist? Yeah, in certain countries. In certain countries, if you call someone Ikhwani, that's a good point. That's actually a very good point, because if you're calling someone Ikhwani, that does put them at risk. Like, because Ikhwan are considered a terror group in the Arab world because of the influence of the UAE. So if you call Uthman ibn Farooq and Mohammed Hijab and Muslim Lantern, for example, Ikhwani, you're actually making it dangerous for them to travel to the Muslim world, specifically to the Gulf and specifically to the countries that are allied with the Gulf. So that's a very good point. Jake is actually endangering the lives of these du'at. I mean, he does it with me by calling me a mushrik, and some crazy Jake fan might say that, well, Daniel's a mushrik, he deserves to be killed. So let's dox him, or let's go attack him. Like let's go like literally stab him. So I've been in danger for a long time, but now he's actually widening the net to these other du'at. Orkhan says, Daniel, is there a chance to forgive him? Like who? Me? Like me forgive him? So forgiveness has to come with making amends. Like if he makes amends and he retracts and he apologizes, then of course I would forgive him, of course. G King UK says, Jake's MS could be the reason it can cause cognitive issues and mental health problems. He could be on some strong steroids, etc. Yeah, none of these things make you into a narcissist. None of these things like make you into a takfiri narcissist where you start, like, I don't know any like people taking steroids, like they're on gear and they start takfiring people. Like they go online and they make like tier lists and they start like takfiring people and they start like questioning your Aqida. I don't think that's a side effect from being on roids. Like there's roid rage, but roid rage is not like Wahhabi takfiri rage. It's not the same thing. Sam Heedy says, Jake accepted Islam about 10 years ago, initially following a Quran-only approach, but has since become increasingly rigid. Why do Wahhabi interpretations often appeal to new converts? Because the Wahhabis target the converts. Wahhabis target converts because that's the only kind of person that's going to accept Islam or accept Wahhabism, is someone who has just freshly accepted Islam and knows almost nothing about Islam, or like next to nothing about Islam. They're just at the beginning. So they're the people who are most susceptible to accept Wahhabi, the Wahhabi ideology. That's the explanation. And the point about Jake accepted Islam 10 years ago, is it 10 or is it more? But he was like Quran only. So he was a Zindiq, and according to his own standards, he only became a true Muslim, a real Muslim, like a year or two ago. Because that's the point at which he became a hardcore Wahhabi that's actually Aqida checking others and declaring that these other groups are Ahlul Bid'ah in detail. Remember, in detail, you have to do that. So he's only become a true Muslim in the past 2 years. So literally, he's a new Muslim by his own standards. Like, he's fresh, new Muslim, and he's already like calling himself a revolutionary who outshines Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik. Sammy says, should Hamza Zortzis boot Jake from Sapiens Institute? Yeah, I mean, that should have happened a long time ago. To be fair, like, Jake is not doing anything for Sapiens Institute. It's just his course. Like, he has one course with them, and Jake himself has like distanced himself from Sapiens. He's calling Mohammed Hijab a kafir, or not a kafir, rather a coward. K kafir, coward. And he is saying that he's a Ikhwani, etc. So he's already done the damage there. So I think it's time to like boot that stuff out, like disassociate. Shahriyar Ahmed says, if Abu Bakr was here, punks would manhaj check him. Yeah, no question about it. Like, that's what the Khawarij did. They manhaj checked the Sahaba. They forced Ali ibn Abi Talib, the fourth caliph, to retake his shahada because they accused him of being a kafir. And at the sword, they forced him to do this, to retake his shahada. So that's what the Khawarij do. One Up Slime says, Fareed needs to make tawbah for calling Sheikh Salik, rahimahullah, a 5-star mushrik. Until then, he's a fasiq. He has publicly done a major sin. Yeah, there's a lot that he needs to make tawbah for. But he needs to be, worrying about the consequences of false takfir, calling another Muslim a kafir. They like, making takfir is like eating candy for these Wahhabis. So do they not know that if you are mistaken, if there's like even a 1% chance, imagine this, because the Prophet ﷺ said, the one who makes takfir of his brother, one of them is going to be kafir. Okay, just to the hadith, not verbatim, this is what the Prophet ﷺ is saying. So if you are 1% unsure that your takfir is justified, why would you take that risk? Because according to the Prophet ﷺ, your takfir is going to return back to you, and you're going to be deemed a kafir in reality. So imagine the risk. If there's a 1% chance, if there's a 0.5% chance, if there's a 0.00001% chance that you are wrong in your takfir, why would you do it? This is why Wahhabism is so dangerous, because you start takfiring everyone, and a lot of the people that you're takfiring are Muslims. They're Muslims. So that takfir that you're unleashing on the world is coming back to you. You're the kafir in the sight of Allah, according to the Prophet ﷺ. Why would you do that? Why would you risk that? Like, what is the worth of doing that? Like, if you have a real problem with Sheikh Salik and his position, say that this is wrong, this is deviated, this is something that approaches shirk or whatever, like whatever you want to say. But no, Fareed has to say, no, he's a mushrik. He's a mushrik. He's a 5-star mushrik. Or Jake saying, Daniel, he's a mushrik. These people, they have no fear of Allah. Is that the problem? Echo after echo. What consensus? Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his Bedouin buddies. Yeah, that's the consensus that they mean. When they say the consensus of the Muslims, the Wahhabis mean the consensus of the real Muslims, which means the Wahhabi Muslims. That's what they mean. Real Hanafi says, it's funny he mentions by consensus. Who are they? Jake, Abu Malik said Jake just said he did everything for clout. Yeah, we saw that. Assalamu alaikum, brother. You call for unity with Shia, yet focus only on Sunnis. Why not address the Shia too? You think they lack takfir and extremism? Oh, great point. Oh, wow. Amazing. Amazing point. Muluki. Yeah, I've already addressed this point. Like, Shia aren't like trying to cause civil war and disunite the Sunnis. Like, the Sunnis can't even ally with the Sunnis because of the Wahhabis, because of nonstop sectarianism. The Shia, okay, when it comes to what they're trying to do, they're trying to survive in their country, basically. Like their country, like Iran, for example, or Yemen, or like Libya, or not Libya, sorry, Lebanon. Like those countries are on the verge of being attacked, invaded, and occupied by Israel. Like they're not so much concerned about, like they're not in a position to have any other position than wanting alliance with Sunnis. And that's what they've been calling for. That's what they've been calling for. That's what the Palestinian resistance has been calling for. So as soon as the Shia Shia ideas start taking root amongst the Sunnis, and I start seeing like these Muslim du'at, like before their debate, they start like praising the imams, the 12 imams, and they start like putting on live streams about how we need to all become Shia. As soon as I start to see those ideas spreading among Sunnis, I'll be the first to blow the whistle. I'll be the first to raise the red flag, sound the alarm, and start debating, these topics. When that happens. But the reality in front of us, Muluki, if you haven't noticed, is that we have Wahhabism infecting the Sunni masses. We have Wahhabism and the ideas of Wahhabism and the mass takfir of the Wahhabis that are infecting the Sunni masses and are creating this obstacle. When it comes to the Shia, okay, insofar as there are Shia who are trying to agitate against Sunnis and cause civil war, who cares? They're deviants. Like, who cares about them? Which Sunni is listening to a random Shi'i, some of these more hardcore Shi'is that want to rile up the Sunnis by insulting Aisha radiallahu anha, our mother. Yeah, there are these fringe Shia groups. The majority are not like that, but there are fringe. Like, who cares? Like, what you can say about them is that they are deviants, and some of them are kuffar, actually, those groups. They have absolutely no impact. They have absolutely no influence or impact on the masses of Sunnis. They're not the obstacle to pan-Islamic unity. Even the Shia are condemning them amongst their own ranks, those extremists. Okay? So does that explain why I would spend more time focusing on the Wahhabis than Shia? Like, is that hard for you to understand? Josh, take my money. Appreciate it. Real Hashem Diab says, I've noticed a lack of barakah in my mail lately. Yeah. Have you noticed that your mail is like very takfiri in nature? I wonder what's causing that. Waleed says, Uthman Farooq once shut down Sam Shamoon and David Wood alone, single-handedly. Yeah, well, did he bring any good argumentation? I don't think so. And I think he's Ikhwani, so, yeah. Do you consider that? do you consider what Jake had to say about that? Armanla says, you and Hijab are intellectual warriors to articulate Islam against non-Muslims. Any sincere Muslim will support you guys. Salute to you. Appreciate it, bro. Maluki says, Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. You call for unity with Shia. Okay, I just addressed that. Truth Seeker says, what are your thoughts on the Ahl al-Hadith movement of the Indian subcontinent? Yeah, I mean, there are some positives and there are some negatives with that movement. And sectarianism, I think, can be a part of the problem with them. But there is a misconception that Ahl al-Hadith are like the Wahhabis, but I think that's incorrect. The Ahl al-Hadith don't have the same takfir doctrine of the Wahhabis. And furthermore, Ahl al-Hadith actually did fight against colonialism, and they did fight against the British. And you can't say the same about the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis, in Arabia, they allied with the British. So that's a big difference between Ahlul Hadith and the Wahhabis. Yorkie says, Salam, brother, is there any services, counseling you know about? I'm in need of, as my mental health is very bad. May Allah protect you, brother, and give you shifa. I'm not in a position to recommend any counseling, unfortunately. But if you go to your local masjid, they might have resources, bi'ithnillah. I think Arabic L Plate says, I think Ali Dawah felt obliged to sign the letter because Adnan took him into his home, and when he reverted, as Ali's father was upset with him, I'm sure he noticed Mohammed Hijab and Zishan never signed it. Maybe that's the case, but Ali Dawah, even before like this whole Wahhabi letter, he takes pot shots at me. Like, I don't know why. And that's so I think it might be more than just that. Allahu A'lam, maybe you're right. Pidra says this Arabic text is muddled. Looks like Assalamu alaikum. Is that what it says? I can't tell. This YouTube functionality, it will display it for you, but it's like the Arabic letters get jumbled for me. I think it says Assalamu alaikum. Muhammad says, check Jake's last YouTube post posted 30 minutes ago. Was it just the way he said, like he just did it for clout, like the sarcastic post? Phantom Requiem says, when will 30 plus global Dawah personalities sign a joint letter of condemnation disassociating from Jake? Good question. We're waiting. Board says, is it fair to say that many of Ibn Abdul Wahhab's ideas came from the Umayyads, blind obedience to the ruler and inheritance of rulership? No, that's a stretch. Dragonix says they got washed in the Arabic scene, especially the likes of Dimishqiya, who went as far as takfiring Subki, may Allah have mercy on him, or Shamsuddin, who was exposed for scandals like requesting passport of Israel. Yeah, and Shamsuddin and Dimishqiya are big fans of Jake, by the way. They're big fans of Jake. But yeah, in the Arabic scene, I don't think that actually the issue has been solved, because we have, unfortunately, a lot of crypto Wahhabis, like these Wahhabis doing taqiyya, who, yeah, they'll call out Shamsuddin and they'll say, oh, Shamsuddin, he goes too far. He takfirs Nawawi, and he takfirs Suyuti and Subki, and Dimishqiya takfirs Al-Ghazali, and that's too far. That's too far. But those same Wahhabis, okay, they say it's too far, but they're also very sectarian, and they also consider non-Wahhabis to be mushriks or shirk apologists. They just don't say that part out loud. And that's the contradiction. Like, this is what I was saying. They're inconsistent Wahhabis. So the Arabic scene, unfortunately, and some of their figures, some of these shuyukh, they are still Wahhabis. They still have the same Wahhabi takfir doctrine. They just don't apply it consistently. They just come out and they attack Shamsuddin for being consistent, because Shamsuddin says, if you have this principle of shirk and you have this principle of takfir, then why are you not takfiring Nawawi? Why are you not takfiring Suyuti? Like, that's inconsistent. That's intellectually inconsistent. And that's why Shamsuddin has become so popular. Because, and I think Jake, to a certain extent, is trying to mimic that. He's trying to follow the footsteps of Shamsuddin, but he's just maybe not as eloquent as Shamsuddin, and he's not like as skilled as Shamsuddin. He doesn't have access to the texts in the same way that Shamsuddin does. But Shamsuddin, he's popular because he's a consistent Wahhabi. And some of these other Wahhabis who are doing taqiyya are freaking out because it exposes their game. But instead of being consistent or denouncing the Wahhabi principles of takfir and saying, okay, we have to be tolerant, we have to put this sectarianism aside, this is not the manhaj of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, instead of doing the hard work of that, the things that I'm trying to do, they say, oh, well, Shamsuddin is just an extremist. Like, he is just a crazy person. And just like some people were making excuses for Jake, like, oh, he's just a lone crazy person, a lone wolf. He doesn't represent Wahhabism. Yes, he does. Like, yes, he does represent Ibn Abdul Wahhab's manhaj. Yes, he does. Like, he's more of a Wahhabi than you. He's more of a follower of Ibn Abdul Wahhab than you are. You're the inconsistent one. You're the one who is doing taqiyya. Top Strike, Maverick, Jake loves Nutella. Good one, bro. Why anyone who's against MBAW is considered Ikhwani? Ibn Abdul Wahhab. We explained that earlier because you are calling for, you're not doing takfir of the kafir. You're not doing takfir of the mushrik. So therefore, you're a deviant and you're a kafir yourself, according to Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Is there a way to DM you privately, brother Daniel? Yeah, Telegram. Go through Telegram. You can message me. Sukiyama says, thank you for exposing Wahhabis. You're welcome. Corticosteroids for MS are not anabolic steroids. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Mortimer says Jake should put Laura Loomer into the S tier. Both have this delusional obsession over Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, is that coincidence? Both the Zionists and the Wahhabis have this hyper concern for who is or is not Ikhwani. Osama official says, thoughts on the Iranian regime and why they killed so many Syrians at the start of the revolution. Why did they do that? Yeah, because they're criminals. Like, they are committed a crime by backing Bashar al-Assad. And they might have they had their reasons geopolitically for that, but they should have stopped when it became clear that Bashar al-Assad is massacring all of these Syrians, his own population. They should have stopped supporting him, and I condemn them for their support of Bashar al-Assad, which led to all of these Sunni deaths. And I've been very clear about this. I will repeat it 1,000,000 times. What they did to Syria is wrong. It is atrocity, crime against humanity, and a crime against Islam. And they're responsible for that. They're responsible for that. But that doesn't preclude Muslim unity, pan-Islamic alliance. That's the point. Sam says, how do you be stoic when it comes to people insulting you? You seem to have a calm approach responding to them. I've answered this question in the past. Like, you just have to keep your eyes on the prize. Like, we're doing this for the sake of Allah. We're doing this for the sake of the Muslims. We want to pursue Muslim interests. So as long as you focus on that and don't make it personal, you'll be in good shape, and Allah will help you. Like, this is why, like, I aspire to be a Sufi. Like, you have to aspire to purifying your intentions. And if people's insults are going to get under your skin and it's going to affect your spiritual state, then that's a problem. Like, that indicates that you have more work to do on your intention and on your spirituality. You have to have that kind of self-awareness. If someone insults me and that really, like, gets under my skin, like, that's a problem for me. Like, I have to correct that. I have to check my intentions. Like, is this for my own self-aggrandizement? Am I doing this for clout? Am I doing this for my name, to defend my name as opposed to defend Islam? Like, that's what you have to constantly, anyone who's involved with Dawah, you have to be attuned to these spiritual diseases and know that you're not going to ever be immune. You have to constantly be trying to purify yourself. So may Allah protect all of us. Muhammad says the brother meant liberal arguments such as apostasy only for fighting states, no minor marriage in Islam, no offensive jihad, etc. This was common for Zakir Naik. Okay, so if when we say that Ahmed Deedat or Zakir Naik or any of these figures have made this important, lasting contribution and have had this kind of benefit that they've brought, that doesn't mean that they're infallible or they haven't made mistakes. Yeah, and I've made plenty of mistakes. Okay, but Jake's criticism wasn't on that basis, if you know. Like, Jake didn't bring that kind of criticism. He was saying that their arguments suck. Like, the positive arguments that they're making against Christians, they suck and they get baked, they got cooked, etc. Like, that's the kind of language he's using. So let's, like, be clear about the points that we're bringing. Dawah Trucker, brother Daniel, especially since the UAE has gone on an attack against anyone who criticizes them, they blame it all on the Muslim Brotherhood. This can cause many other Muslims from entering the UK as done to Sheikh Uthman. Yeah, so where is the condemnation of Jake for this? Like, calling others Ikhwani. This is a very good point that you guys are bringing to my attention that I hadn't realized, I hadn't thought of. that, yeah, it's very serious to start accusing people of being Ikhwani, especially these Duat that are traveling often to the Middle East and to the Gulf. Ramona says your Wahhabi documentary was like a shower on the Ummah, and they're doing their best to distract people from it. Inshallah, may Allah accept. Jazakallah khair for the compliment. Tony says, thoughts on Iran? Do you think it will be a civil war? It seems like the internal dissent has been dying down. I don't know. Hancho Man says, thoughts on the Molid, brother? Like, in the midst of all this, in the midst of all that we're dealing with, like, what are your thoughts on the Molid? That's a very good question, I guess. Can you make a video covering Umayyad history, specifically on the events of Karbala, etc.? I'm a Sunni, but many Sunnis may not know about this history, unfortunately. Yeah, let's put it on the list. Let's put it on the list. Muluki says, so Wahhabis are the only ones sabotaging the unity. No extremist Shia. They are just innocent little lambs trying to survive by unaliving hundreds of thousands of Sunni in Syria and Iraq. Oh, wow. That's such a brilliant observation. You definitely have exposed me. You've exposed me for being a secret Shia, because I'm actually running an op for the Shia. I don't want you to know about these extremist Shias. I'm actually covering for them. I'm actually covering. I'm an Assadist secretly. I'm an Assadist. That's why I'm constantly condemning Bashar al-Assad. I celebrated when he was deposed. Yeah, I'm secretly a Shi'i. You got me with your brilliant investigation. Great job. Raino B says, Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can you tell us when Genius of Islam 4 comes out? I got closer to Islam back in 2022 because of that series and found your YouTube. Make dua that I can finish it this year, inshallah. Thank you, brother Ria. Osama says, yes, I understand you condemn Iran and what they did in Syria, but I'm curious why they want to do that. What was the motive behind it? Ideology, politics, or extremist beliefs? It's geopolitics. The same reason that Saudi goes and puts a blockade on Yemen in a coalition with all these other Gulf countries, and they kill 300,000 Yemenis. Okay, they're doing it not because of some ideology. It's because of geopolitics. It's not because they're Sunni and they want to kill other Sunnis. Like, that's not why Saudi does it. Or it's not why UAE is backing the RSF in Sudan to kill Sunnis, to kill thousands of Sunnis and do a genocide in Sudan. It's not because of, oh, they're Sunni and we're a different brand of Sunni, so we're going to kill them. It's because of geopolitics. So this is the problem I have. Why the hyper focus on Iran? Which is not to belittle Iran's crimes, but you have to be honest. You have to be fair and look at what all of these countries are doing in the region and their history with killing Muslims and massacring them. This is the blind spot that I have to return to over and over and over again. You have to be consistent. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Even Yasser Qadi did a critique of the Wahhabis. I look forward from seeing anti-liberal feminist contents again. Jake is wasting our time. True. Inshallah, I'll be coming soon. Jazakallah khair for the stream and Wahhabi documentary. Just one last question. What's your Aqida, bro? Thank you, Arabic L-Plate, for the levity. Will you consider a meeting with Dr. Shadi and Asrar? Yes, hopefully we will do that. I'm hoping that will happen. Okay, so that is our show. 4 hours. But you guys had a lot of super chats, mashallah, so that's why. But I appreciate everyone watching. Let me know what you think in the comments. I wanted to get to the rest of your comments in the regular chat, but unfortunately, I'm out of time. I have to sign off now. But yeah, so now hopefully you've gained an insight into the window of the Wahhabi mindset. I, again, want to give my sincere appreciation for Jake because he exposed it in a way that no one could. He really vindicated everything that I've been saying for over the past year and a half. And so I'm thankful. I'm very thankful for Jake. Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. You're doing a great job exposing this Takfiri cult. And looking forward to understanding more. Who else is a mushrik? You know, I've declared me as a mushrik. Let's see who else. Who else will get the vaunted title of being a mushrik according to Jake, the Muslim meta McNugget. I'm sure we're all going to be holding with bated breath for those videos to drop. But that's our show for today. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, leave me a comment. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you to all of our clippers. I really appreciate all of you who are doing the hard work of clipping my rambling, essentially, my shows. I really appreciate you guys, and I can't thank you enough. And I only hope that you'll accept my humble thanks and that Allah will reward you. Because it's a war out there. Like, we're at war with these rabid dogs, and you have this Muslim skeptic army going out and clipping and commenting, and you're driving these Wahhabis insane. Like, just the meme that was made, I think by, was it Muslim Boogeyman, or was it Mufti Cheesecake, or was it actually Crypto Cranium? I don't know. You made the meme of, Jake pushing aside Zakir Naik, and that triggered him so much that he made Takfir. Like, this is good work that you guys are doing to expose these Wahhabis. Jazakallah khairah. Thank you for everything that you clippers, Muslim Skeptic team, Muslim Skeptic army online. It's a team effort. It's not just me. We're working together and we're making a difference. It's just wins, right? We're winning this. Alhamdulillah. Oh, Labib, I think, was the one who made that meme. Sorry, it was Labib. So appreciate you, bro. All of the clippers, all of the memers, all of the team members that people are claiming like these Wahhabis are insulting me by saying, "Oh, your clippers are all in Bangladesh." They're all in Bangladesh. Like, so, like, even if that were true, so I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my Bengali brothers. Okay. My Bengali fish curry loving brothers. I love fish curry too. Like, I want to be an honorary Bengali, actually. Can I be an honorary Bengali? Like, you say it like it's an insult. Yeah, I'm proud. Like, I love our Bangladeshi Muslim skeptic team members. Yeah, so what of it? You racist dog, you racist Wahhabi clown. So anyway, appreciate all of you guys. Appreciate you all in the comments. We're winning this thing, and more exciting things are in the pipeline. Inshallah, more collaborations that you're going to love, and inshallah, you're going to benefit from. And we pray that Allah accepts from us. Barakallahu feekum. See you on the next one, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.